Order, order. We start with questions for Minister for Women and Equalities, Debbie Abrahams.
Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and with your permission, I will take questions 1 and 12 together. We will not tolerate anti-Muslim hatred in any form, and we will seek to stamp it out wherever it occurs. We are appointing an independent advisor to tackle the scourge of anti-Muslim hatred to join our independent advisor on anti-Semitism. We have a programme of tackling anti-Muslim hatred, including considering definitions. This also includes $117 million of funding to protect Muslim places of worship and faith schools until 2028.
Mr. Speaker, in spite of what the Minister says, many believe that the 2-year delay in the government coming up with a definition on Islamophobia, the only political party in the UK to have taken so long, reflects their indifference to the fear, discrimination and hatred thousands of Muslims experience. Why is it taking so long?
We do not agree with the APPG definition of Islamophobia. We believe the term that is most appropriate is anti-Muslim hatred. And let me just explain why that is the case. In this country, there is freedom of religion. There is also freedom to criticise a religion. What someone cannot do is to discriminate or hate against me because of my religion.
Blades Cunningham, not here. We go to Shadow Secretary, Lisa Dunn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A senior Conservative who went on to become Prime Minister said Muslim women, in his words, look like letterboxes. A Conservative candidate for London Mayor said she wants to defeat her Muslim opponent to make it safer, in her words, for our Jewish community. A former Conservative Deputy Chairman said, in his words, Islamists have got control of the Mayor of London. Are these incidents of anti-Muslim hatred the kind of incidents the Minister just said will not be tolerated?
We have made it very clear that a number of these comments we just do not accept and we think that they are wrong. But let me just say that before the Right Honourable Lady throws abuse at this side, take a look at what is happening on the Labour benches. You are the only party that has been sanctioned by the EHCR for institutional racism. You have now just readmitted back to the whip the member for Middlesbrough, even though the Labour Party itself said his comments were deeply offensive. And I would also say that the honourable member for Hackney North and Stoke Newington has also had the whip suspended because of anti-Semitism.
Stops.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think it's important we don't trade abuse about these very serious issues. With respect, that was the tone that I adopted. I think where there are issues with political parties, rather than laughing about those issues, we should take action. That's what the Labour Party did after the HMRC investigation. And sadly, the Conservatives have not acted to develop a definition of anti-Muslim hatred. We have changed, the Conservatives have not. A definition was promised and an advisor appointed to develop one 5 years ago. Perhaps the Minister is unaware of this, but today there's still no definition, no advisor, no active anti-Muslim hate crime working group, no hate crime strategy and minimal action on online hate. When is the government going to wake up to this problem?
As I have said, this government is completely committed to supporting our Muslim communities. We have said that we will appoint an independent advisor. We have made more money available to protect mosques and Muslim faith schools. I myself will be visiting my local mosque, Al-Manar, this afternoon, early evening, to attend an iftar. If you look at these benches, if you look at the composition of our front front bench and how diverse it is, it is clear that this party is committed to diversity and equality.
Gibson.
Yes, sir. With permission, Mr. Speaker, I'll take questions 2 and 11 together. Our 2021 HIV Action Plan sets out actions to achieve no new HIV transmissions by 2030 in England, and to deliver this, Department for Health and Social Care is investing over £4.5 million between 2021 and 25 to deliver the HIV prevention programme.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and happy
birthday to you.
I want to congratulate my right honourable friend for all the work done in the fight against HIV, but does my right honourable friend agree with me that in order for us to reach our commitment of zero transmissions by 2030, we need a four-pronged approach, including improved sex education, an expansion of opt-out testing, better availability of PrEP, and finding the 13,000 people with HIV who are lost to care?
Well, I thank my honourable friend for his question, and he's right in the suggestions that he makes, and that's why, because we have now, with the opt-out, have now identified 1,000 cases of undiagnosed and untreated HIV, we've expanded that further to 47 emergency rooms so that we can find even more people. And also on the availability of PrEP, we're gathering evidence to understand why some population groups who would benefit from it are not accessing it, but this is still an important area of work for us as a government.
Mr. Speaker, since the first securing the funding for opt-out HIV testing in very high prevalence areas as part of the HIV Action Plan I published as Public Health Minister in 2021, the scheme has far exceeded expectations, with over 4,000 people newly diagnosed with HIV, hepatitis B or hepatitis C in just 4 cities in 21 months. It has also disproportionately identified women, people of black African ethnicity and older people with these blood-borne diseases. Can my right honourable friend update the House on progress in expanding the programme to an additional 47 hospitals across England, including Derby and Nottingham, and confirm that work is now underway to ensure opt-out testing continues beyond April 2025?
Well, Mr. Speaker, can I put on record my thanks to my honourable friend for the amazing work she did in the department. This has been a great success story. It is amazing that we've been able to find more cases, and that's precisely why an extra £20 million has been allocated to increase the testing. I will write to my colleagues in the Department for Health in terms of post-2025, but can I also say that there's lots of other work that we're doing with partners like the Terence Higgins Trust to make sure that we do everything we can to make this important goal a reality.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Minister very much for that response. Minister, in Northern Ireland we have a very proactive HIV action plan, but it's always good to share the work we do here and the work we do back home. So can the Minister indicate what discussions has the Minister had with the Department of Health in Northern Ireland in relation to extending the HIV action plan guidelines here for Northern Ireland? Exchange good things together and let's move forward.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I absolutely agree with him that the sharing of information and the sharing of best practice is always something that we should do. I will make sure that my colleagues in the Department for Health have heard his request, ensure that that is happening, because at the end of the day it's within all of our shared interests to get to this goal by 2030.
Little Richards.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my honourable friend for her tireless campaigning on behalf of Israeli victims of Hamas. This government is appalled by reports of sexual violence since the 7th of October in Israel and Gaza, and I'm working closely with my Cabinet colleagues on this issue. I believe it is important to continue to highlight the fact that so many hostages, both male and female, have still not been released, and the daily threat of rape, sexual assault and violence which they all face. Across government, we've been meeting with their families. Just last week I met with the Hostage and Missing Families Forum, and I know that the Prime Minister and Foreign Secretary have also done so in recent months.
Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A UN report has recently confirmed that sexual violence was used against Israeli women on the 7th of October. Last week I raised concerns with the Foreign Office that women didn't feel they could trust the UN enough to speak about their experiences. Mr. Speaker, victims of sexual violence deserve a voice and deserve to be treated with respect. So what can my honourable friend do to encourage the international community to be united in calling out sexual violence and who seek to deny it that it happened?
I thank her for highlighting this, and she will be pleased to know that just last week, following calls from the UK, the Minister in the other place attended a UN Security Council to express deep concerns about the findings of the UN Special Representative of the Secretary-General's recent visit to the region. The UK is leading work internationally through our Preventing Sexual Violence initiative and dedicated funding totaling £60 million to prevent conflict-related sexual violence and strengthen justice and support for all survivors.
Gregory Campbell.
Number 4, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It was this Conservative government that introduced mandatory gender pay gap reporting for large employers to shine a light on the gender pay gaps that exist and to promote action to close it. As a result, the gender pay gap has fallen by approximately a quarter over the last decade.
Greg Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Minister for her response. Would she be able to indicate if the narrowing of the gender pay gap in the past 10 years has been less pronounced in percentage terms among women on lower incomes compared to those on larger salaries?
Well, actually, Mr. Speaker, we have seen slightly different results from our gender pay gap reporting. It is the case that in higher paid professions, the gender pay gap seems to exist, but that is because women are often in low paid work. So he's absolutely right to raise that. That's why next month we are introducing a pay rise of 10% to the lowest paid with the national living wage. And with the national insurance cut added on to the cut in January, people will be almost £900 better off in work.
Chair the Select Committee, Caroline Noakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's not just the gender pay gap, it's also the gender pension gap, it's the lack of women on boards, and the importance of making sure that we have a pipeline of talented women at every level. Yesterday, I was with the community interest company Women on Boards, and their message very clearly to the Minister is, please can we have more action and fewer initiatives to make sure that we make real progress in getting women at every level in our companies.
Well, we absolutely are taking action. One of the things we're planning to introduce is the pay transparency pilot, because we know that because in high paid jobs, salaries are often not advertised, that women end up being paid less for the same role than men. It's action like that that really will make a difference to women across the country.
Joel Jones.
Question number 5, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, in March 2023, I appointed Helen Tomlinson as the government's first menopause employment champion. We're working across government and with employers to increase awareness and develop policies to support women experiencing the impacts of menopause at work. We recently launched new guidance on the Help to Grow portal, empowering businesses to educate their organisation about menopause.
Gerald Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last July, we saw the introduction of the British Standards Institute standard on, quote, menstruation, menstrual health and menopause in the workplace. Earlier this month, the International Standards Organisation voted to develop an international version. So will the Minister join me in congratulating the BSI and also the countless grassroots organisations and individuals, including my honourable friend, the member for Swansea East, and the all-party group, who have all worked so tirelessly to ensure that menopausal women in this country are given the support that they so deserve.
Yeah, I'm absolutely delighted to welcome all of that work, including the member for Swansea East, who was delighted to join in a round table at Gower College. And in fact, Jane from the BSI was one of a number of women for our first menopause round table for International Women's Day at number 10. And where we celebrated the BSI and now their international achievements. And Helen Tomlinson, too, has been recognised internationally.
Question number 6, please, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. All forms of religious hatred have absolutely no place in our communities, and we work with police and community partners to monitor and combat it. We are taking a broad approach to tackling religious hatred, engaging extensively with experts to explore how religious hatred is experienced by British communities and how it affects different faiths and individuals.
Mr. Speaker, there has been an appalling surge of anti-Semitism and Islamophobia in recent months, but the Anti-Muslim Hatred Working Group has been suspended since March 2020, and the hate crime strategy is 4 years old when we clearly need a new one to tackle this hate crime in our communities. Will the Minister commit to restarting the anti-Muslim hatred working group and bringing forward a new hate crime strategy?
As I have said in answer to previous questions, we will be appointing a new advisor on anti-Muslim hatred. We are engaging with senior levels of the community, of the Muslim community. The Prime Minister and the Secretary of State from DLUC has recently met Tel Mama, which plays a very, very important role in terms of hate crime. This government is completely behind our Muslim communities, and we will do absolutely the right thing for our Muslim community.
David Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome my honourable friend the Minister's comments there, and we all were behind her and endorsed what she has had to say. But can she give me some idea of what recent progress she's made on delivering the Inclusive Britain Action Plan?
I've been doing a lot, and we're announcing a report today.
Thank you, my honourable friend, for that question. We have been doing lots of work on this, and we will be releasing the report today.
MP spokesperson Kirsten Oswald.
With permission, Mr. Speaker, I would like to briefly pay tribute to my constituent Henry Wooga, whose funeral took place earlier today. Henry, who came to Glasgow on the Kinder Transport, was a truly remarkable man who, along with his late wife Ingrid, made an enormous contribution to Scotland and the world through their work as Holocaust educators. His legacy is truly immense, and I'm sure the House will want to join me in sending our thoughts to Henry's family. May his memory be a blessing. The increase in levels of anti-Semitism and Islamophobia are eye-watering. They should be of serious concern to us all. Urgent action is needed on both fronts, and community cohesion and dialogue must be a priority. And knowing that in recent months there's been a 335% increase in Islamophobic hate cases in the UK, nonetheless, despite us just having had the International Day to Combat Islamophobia, the UK Government has not reconvened the UK Anti-Muslim Hatred Working Group for more than 4 years. Now, the next anti-Muslim hatred advisor has quit over extremist threats. We need concrete answers. When will this government take tackling Islamophobia seriously?
On behalf of the government, I would like to pass on my condolences. And what I want to make very, very clear is that this government is completely committed to tackling anti-Muslim hatred. We have made that incredibly clear. We have upped the amount of money that is going for the protection of mosques and Muslim faith schools. We are about to appoint a new anti-Muslim hatred advisor. This is an effort across government. I completely agree with you that the levels both of anti-Muslim hatred and anti-Semitism that we are seeing at the moment are not acceptable, and that's why we're dealing with it.
Malcolm Longy.
Number 7, please, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, the government has a programme of initiatives to support disabled people and people with health conditions to start, stay and succeed in work. This includes access to work, disability confident and a digital information service for employers. These aim to increase inclusivity and accessibility for disabled people within the workplace.
Malcolm Longy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Beacon Centre for the Blind in Sedgley do amazing work. Meeting KD and Nathan, who are partially sighted employees, was an inspiring experience for me. My visit to the centre served as a strong reminder of the significant day-to-day challenges vulnerable people experience, things that able people do take for granted. What more can the Minister and her department do to help raise awareness and better support charities like the Beacon Centre and its users?
Well, I met with the Disability Charities Consortium yesterday, and some of these matters were indeed discussed. Mr. Speaker, we've invested £2 billion into improving inclusivity and accessibility at work for disabled people and people with health barriers. We have hundreds of job centres across the country and fantastic work coaches tapping into extra support through our network of disability employment advisors to assist people just like Katie and Nathan.
Erin Fellows.
Speaker, adjustments are often vital for helping disabled people do their job, but Scope say disabled workers are facing many issues with the Access to Work scheme, including a long wait for an assessment, the cap cost and low awareness among disabled people. Only 40% of disabled people know about it. So, will the Minister work with her Cabinet colleagues to make sure and improve the Access to Work scheme and to prevent the disability employment gap from widening?
The Access to Work scheme is a demand-led, personalised discretionary grant, but I can assure the Honourable Lady, working with employers looking around occupational health and other interventions to support people is equally important. I can assure her I met with my officials yesterday on the Access to Work scheme. I'm looking at any delays and any impacts and any changes every couple of weeks to make sure people who want to work and need this support can get it in a timely fashion.
Down to topical, Elaine Saxby.
Question 1, please, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to announce today that the Independent Inclusion at Work panel have launched their report on achieving fairness and inclusion for all in the workplace. The report, part of our Inclusive Britain agenda, sets out how employers can do away with ineffective, divisive and poor quality diversity and inclusion practices. It notes that the UK employs almost twice as many diversity and inclusion workers per head than any other country. Instead, we should focus resources on interventions backed by evidence which will benefit all people, and I would like to thank the panel for their hard work and thoughtful consideration on this issue.
Elaine Saxby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My young disabled constituent, Ella Wakely in Braunton, goes to college, but her blue badge is only accepted on buses after 9:30 a.m, which is too late, so she has to pay for herself and her travel assistant. Can my right honourable friend let me know what steps she is taking to ensure that we improve accessibility for people like Ella who are trying to get on with their everyday lives?
As ever, my honourable friend is a great advocate for her North Devon constituents. In the National Bus Strategy, the Department for Transport committed to conducting a whole-scale review of the English National Concessionary Travel Scheme. This will include reviewing eligibility and extensions to travel times for older and disabled people.
Shadow Minister Ashley Dalton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, the Minister for Women and Equalities rightly called Conservative Party donor Frank Hester's comments about the Honourable Member for Hackney North and Stoke Newington racist. It has since emerged that Mr. Hester has made comments that a group of Indian members of staff should climb on the roof like on the roof of a train, and has made reference to Asian Corner. Does the Minister agree with me that these comments are racist, yes or no?
Mr. Speaker, I understand why the Labour Party insists on bringing this issue up over and over and again, but he has apologised for his comments. We've welcomed his apology, and we are drawing a line under it because we're focused on what matters to the people of this country. I had letters last week of people telling me that we were wasting time focusing on issues that were not relevant to them. We need to focus on what matters to the British people.
Nick Fletcher.
Boys lag behind girls at every level of school, creating a gender attainment gap that's been in place for some 30 years. Will the Minister meet with head teachers and a working group to see what can be done to reduce this gap?
Mr. Speaker, I shall be happy to. We want all children to reach their full potential.
John Warren.
Would the Secretary of State clarify when the right moment is to move on from a Tory donor calling for an MP to be shot in the context of hating all black women? Is it an apology for rudeness? Is it when £5 million more arrive in Tory coffers? Is it when she tires of explaining racism to her party? Or is it when the right honourable member for Hackney North and Stoke Newington says justice has been done?
Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to take any lectures whatsoever from people on those benches. This is a good time to remind the House that it is only the Labour Party that was sanctioned for institutional racism by the Equality and Human Rights Commission. They continue to disappoint their members. Where is the Ford report? Why is the member for Hackney Newington complaining that they haven't done anything about racism in the Labour Party? We will take no lectures from them.
Rob Blackman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Despite an overwhelming consultation and indeed promises from the government,
caste as a protected characteristic still hangs like a thread over the Hindu community. We've now established that this could be removed by a statutory instrument. So will my right honourable friend take the opportunity to remove it once and for all before the general election?
Well, Mr. Speaker, can I commend my honourable friend who's been diligently working on this important issue. It is our view that we need to do this through primary legislation, but I do recognise that this is important to so many of his constituents and others that I would be more than happy to meet with him to see whether we can discuss a way forward.
Sir Dyke.
Speaker, Compassion in Care's helpline received 486 reports of homophobic abuse in care homes over the last 4 years. Yet 481 of the service providers accounted for in those allegations are still rated as good by the Care Quality Commission. Will the Minister work with Cabinet colleagues to end discrimination against LGBTQ residents in care homes to ensure they are safe in the care system? And would she support the development of a Pride in Care Quality Mark, an LGBTQ plus care champion scheme?
If only that was for me. Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Lady raises a really important point and something that I feel really passionately about myself, and it's something that is going to increase in prevalence as we get generations becoming older because people have been more out in recent years. I have been speaking to people about this and I will continue to raise it with colleagues in departments that are relevant to this important area of work.
We now come to questions to the Prime Minister. Giles Watling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question 1, if you please.
Mr. Speaker, I know the whole House will join me in congratulating Vaughan Gething on his election as Welsh Labour leader and expected election as First Minister of Wales, and also offering Mark Drakeford our best wishes on his retirement. The government I lead will always work tirelessly to benefit the lives of people across the United Kingdom, and I look forward to working constructively with the new First Minister to deliver for the people of Wales. Mr. Speaker, this morning I had meetings with ministerial colleagues and others. In addition to my duties in this House, I shall have further such meetings later today.
Giles Watling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The people of Clacton have had a tough time with the cost of living, and I'm doing everything I can. I am doing everything I can to support them. With that in mind, does he agree with me, my right honourable friend, agree with me that cutting inflation is the very best way to do that? And that today's statistics are very welcome, and can he reassure my constituents that he'll continue working hard to get inflation as low as possible, to protect their savings, help with their bills, and give them the financial security they deserve?
Well, Mr. Speaker, today's figures show that our plan is working. Inflation has fallen to 3.4% from its peak over 11%, down by almost 70%. The steepest fall since the 80s, and now at the lowest level since September 2021. And people's pay packets are going further, with real wages growing for 8 months in a row and taxes being cut by £900 for the average worker. And that is why we need to stick to the plan to deliver a brighter future for our country.
Here comes the Leader of the Opposition, Keir Starmer.
Can I thank the Prime Minister for his words in welcoming Vaughan Gething to his post as First Minister of Wales. As the first black leader of any European government, it's a historic moment that speaks to the progress and values of modern-day Wales. And I also pay tribute to Mark Drakeford for his long, steady service in Wales. Mr. Speaker, violent prisoners released early because the Tories wrecked the criminal justice system. 3,500 small boat arrivals already this year because the Tories lost control of the borders. The NHS struggling to see people because the Tories broke it. Millions paying more on their mortgages. A budget that hit pensioners. A £46 billion hole in his sums. Why is the Prime Minister so scared to call an election?
Well, Mr. Speaker, as I said in January, my working assumption is that the election will be in the second half of the year. But I must say, I thought that out of everybody, he'd actually be the most grateful, Mr. Speaker, because he's now actually got time to come up with a plan for Britain. We're all looking forward to finally seeing it.
Oh, we're ready. Just call it. Just call it. But, Mr. Speaker, he talks a plan. Let's just take his Rwanda policy. When they first announced this gimmick, they claimed it would settle tens of thousands of people. The Home Office then whittled it down to a mere 300. 4 times that number have already arrived this month, and the backlog stands at 130,000. Can the Prime Minister see any flaw in his plan to deport less than 1% of that backlog?
Mr. Speaker, since I became Prime Minister, the number of small boat crossings are actually down by over a third, Mr. Speaker. And that's because we've doubled National Crime Agency funding, we've increased the illegal enforcement raids by 70%, we've closed 7,500 bank accounts, deported 24,000 illegal migrants, and processed over 112,000 cases, more than at any point in the last 2 decades, Mr. Speaker. And it's crystal clear, as we're seeing from the Labour Party's opposition in this House, while we're committed to stopping the boats, the Labour Party would keep them coming.
The tragedy is, we know the Prime Minister doesn't even believe in the Rwanda gimmick. He tried to stop funding it, but he's now so diminished that his entire focus is stopping his MPs holding the sword of Damocles above his head, perhaps even literally in the case of the Leader of the House. His great hope is to percolate his party with a couple of empty planes, praying they won't notice when the flights stop going, the boat's still coming, and the costs keep mounting. How has he managed to spend £600 million of taxpayer money on a gimmick to deport 300 people?
Mr. Speaker, it's crystal clear. Not only does the Labour Party not have a plan to fix this issue, but the truth is they don't actually care about fixing this issue. When he talks about the gangs, when we gave the police new powers to crack down on the people smuggling gangs, he spent months campaigning and voting against it. But thanks to our new laws, 900 criminals have been arrested. 450 have been convicted, serving over 370 years behind bars. If it was up to him, those criminals would still be out on our streets, Mr. Speaker. And the truth is, if he wasn't the Labour leader, he'd still want to be their lawyer.
Speaker, I've prosecuted more people smugglers than he's had helicopter rides, and that's a lot. And this, I've done it. Rwanda gimmick is going to cost the taxpayer £2 million for every one of his 300 people that they deport. But I know the Prime Minister likes to spend a lot on jet setting, but that's some plane ticket. It's the cost of Tory chaos, and it's working people who are paying the price. The man he made his immigration minister let the cat out of the bag when he said the Prime Minister's symbolic flights will not provide a credible deterrent. And we know the Prime Minister himself thought it wouldn't work. If the people selling this gimmick don't believe in it, why should the country?
Mr. Speaker, he's very keen to talk about who he prosecuted. He's a bit less keen to talk about when he defended Hizb ut-Tahrir, Mr. Speaker. But when it comes to this question of how to deal with people who are here illegally, his values are simply not those of the British people. After all, this is the person who campaigned to stop the deportation of foreign dangerous criminals, Mr. Speaker. A dangerous criminal was jailed for dealing Class A drugs after he fought to keep him here. A gangmaster was convicted of carrying a knife after he fought to keep him here. So whether it's representing terrorists or campaigning for criminals, it's clear whose side he's on, and it's not the British people.
It's genuinely sad to see him reduced to this nonsense. And let's take another example that I started with. After 14 years of Tory chaos in the prison system, the Justice Secretary is reduced to begging the Prime Minister either to send fewer offenders to prison or to release them even earlier. I must have got sympathy for anyone trying to get an answer out of the Prime Minister. So what's it going to be? Fewer criminals behind bars in the first place, or more released early onto our streets? Which is it?
Mr. Speaker, thanks to our record and plan, violent crime has fallen by 50%, Mr. Speaker. We've recruited more police officers, given them more powers, and kept serious offenders in prison for longer. What's his record? He voted against greater protection for our emergency workers, opposed tougher sentences for violent criminals, and failed to give police the powers they need. It would be back to square one with Labour, soft on crime and soft on criminals.
You can see why he doesn't want an election, why his party have lost faith in him, why half his cabinet are lining up to replace him. No answers, no plan, no clue. And the Prime Minister has never had the courage to stand up to his party. So let me help him out and say to them what he wishes he could. The mortgage mayhem, the waiting list, the criminals walking free, they are the costs of Tory chaos. And if they can't bring themselves to stop the endless games and gimmicks, stop putting themselves before country, they should pack up, go home, and waste somebody else's time. It wasn't that difficult, was it, Prime Minister?
Mr. Speaker, he talks...
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, he talks about his ideas, but we're 2 weeks on from the budget. The Shadow Chancellor found time to make a 1-hour speech last night, and we still don't know how they're going to pay for their £28 billion black hole. But while he tries to talk down Britain and the progress that we are making, today's news shows that the plan is working. Inflation down, Mr. Speaker. Energy bills down. Wages up, pensions up, and taxes cut by £900. And that is the choice. Higher taxes and back to square one with Labour, or tax cuts and real change with the Conservatives.
Mr. Speaker, the UK birth rate is falling, while those requiring fertility treatment to conceive is rising. There are no employment rights attached to those undertaking fertility treatment, no paid time off work. Would the Prime Minister join me in encouraging employers, large and small, across the United Kingdom to sign up to the Fertility Workplace Pledge, which I have launched with Fertility Matters at Work, LGBT Mummies, Fertility Network UK and many others to support those undertaking fertility when they're in work?
Well, can I start by thanking my honourable friend for her excellent work campaigning on this issue. And she is right, employers should offer their staff understanding, support and flexibility whilst they're undergoing fertility treatment. And the best way to improve the experience of those undergoing treatment, both women and their partners, is through voluntary approaches. And that's why I would join her encouraging all companies to sign up to the Fertility Workplace Pledge.
SNP Leader Stephen Flynn.
Mr. Speaker, with his backbenchers looking for a unity candidate to replace him, which of the now numerous born-again Thatcherites on the Labour front bench does he believe best fits the bill?
Well, Mr. Speaker, it was surprising to hear all this talk about the 1970s from the Shadow Chancellor in particular. But then if you see what's happening in places like Birmingham, where taxes are going up by 21%, Mr. Speaker, services are being cut, whether it's social care, children's services, or indeed in some streets, literally the lights are being turned off. It was unsurprising why they're talking about the 70s, and I can just say what they've done to Birmingham, the Conservatives will never let them do to Britain.
Of course, Mr. Speaker, there's a serious point to be made here, because the IFS have warned of the conspiracy of silence which exists between the Labour Party and the Conservative Party when it comes to £18 billion of looming public sector cuts. Indeed, just last night, they actually outlined that the fiscal rules of the Labour Party and the Conservative Party are in effect identical. So with such continuity on offer, Mr. Speaker, the public are right to be anti-Westminster, aren't they?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm surprised to hear him quoting the IFS, because the IFS also described the recent SNP budget as, in their words, misleading, and said in their words that pain is almost certainly coming. It is a savage tax and acts budget, Mr. Speaker, a savage tax and acts budget. Because here's the reality of it. Whilst NHS spending in England is going up in real terms, in Scotland it is going down, Mr. Speaker. And while taxes are being cut by the UK government, it is the SNP government that is putting them up. And that is the contrast. Where the SNP, or indeed Labour, are in charge, it's working people that pay the price.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister quite rightly often criticises the Scottish Government for the extra tax they put on residents. Well, in my part of Cornwall, we have an extra tax called the Tamar Toll. I've been working on a petition with my neighbour, the MP for Plymouth Moorview. Would the Prime Minister make our part of Cornwall, of our country, more competitive by losing this extra tax and help our country level out, our community level out?
Well, I thank my honourable friend for raising this important local issue. Any application for a toll revision will be considered by the Transport Secretary at the right opportunity when it's been received. But I am told there are also plans in place to create a new locally led focal group of key stakeholders to ensure that there is a real opportunity to make their views heard about crossings in the future. And I know that my honourable friend will play an active role in that group.
Sir Geoffrey Donalds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday saw the Northern Ireland Assembly, for the first time in its history, exercise its new veto powers to prevent the application of new EU law that would harm our ability to trade with the rest of the United Kingdom. This is something which the DUP campaigned to achieve when others were calling for rigorous implementation of the protocol. And to his credit, the Prime Minister was able to work with us to deliver the real changes to the protocol that will help restore Northern Ireland's place within the United Kingdom and its internal market. Will the Prime Minister now assure me that the Government will continue to faithfully implement the measures outlined in the command paper safeguarding the Union, including fully restoring our place within the United Kingdom and its internal market and ending the unnecessary checks on goods moving from Great Britain to Northern Ireland?
Well, I want to congratulate my honourable friend again on his leadership of unionism, and I agree it's been a very encouraging few weeks, and I salute the work of both the First Minister and Deputy First Minister in representing the future of Northern Ireland. And I can assure him that we will implement our commitments at pace, including further regulations to be laid before this House in coming days to take power to deliver those commitments on UK internal trade, also hosting the first meeting of the UK East-West Council and the establishment of Intertrade UK. But it comes down to this fundamental point, and I know that he will agree. Northern Ireland's place is stronger in the Union, with locally elected politicians in place, representing the needs of all parts of the community.
Noting the NAO report today on the spiralling costs of using ex-military bases for migrants, and noting that the Home Office has announced this week that they are to reduce the projected numbers at RAF Scampton down to 800. Will the Prime Minister ensure that his Minister for Immigration meets West Lindsey District Council and myself urgently so that we can release most of the base for regeneration of this iconic RAF base, the home of the Red Arrows and the Dam Busters?
Well, can I pay tribute to the way that my right honourable friend has engaged with the government on this important issue for his local community. As acknowledged, our plan is working to cut the use of asylum hotels, and we will have closed 100 hotels next week, on top of cutting small boat arrivals. But I know he's talking to the Minister for Legal Migration about how best to accommodate a smaller number of asylum seekers safely at RAF Scampton, whilst recognising the Council's ambitious plans for regeneration. And let me tell him, I fully support those discussions, and the government is committed to the site being used for accommodation for the shortest possible time and then released to the benefit of the local community.
Mr. Speaker, our NHS is at breaking point. My constituent was told he needed a gallbladder operation after a visit to A&E. He waited in hospital, nil by mouth, all day, no operation. He's then told to stay overnight or risk his place on the list. So he sits in a hot, smelly, windowless waiting room for 8 hours on a plastic chair. Then a gurney comes with no pillow, and that's where he sleeps. And the next day, the nurses say, no operation, there just aren't any beds. His wife told me the Conservatives are running the NHS into the ground. Given his experience, given so many others across the country sharing that experience, how can he say otherwise?
I'm very sorry to hear about the Honourable Lady's constituent experience, and I'm sure she'll be raising it with the local NHS Trust as well. What I would say is, of course, the NHS is recovering from a difficult 2 years, but it has received considerable backing from this government, record investment, as was acknowledged by the NHS CEO just the other week, a plan to improve productivity in the future. And when it comes to beds, we've invested in 5,000 new beds over the last year, more ambulances, and all of that is contributing to lower waiting times, waiting lists coming down, and an improved A&E performance over last year.
Angela Richards.
Mr. Speaker, the people of the eastern villages of Guildford, the Clandons, the Horsleys, Effingham, Ripley, Send and Ockham have had enough. Unwanted development and villages taken out of the Greenbelt without promised infrastructure is why I've been calling for an immediate review of the local plan for the last 3 years. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that Labour's promise of concreting over the Greenbelt, even against the wishes of local MPs, would simply add insult to injury?
Well, Mr. Speaker, unlike both the Liberal Democrats and the Labour Party, who believe in top-down targets that decimate the Greenbelt, we believe in local people having a say over their local communities, which is why we are committed to protecting and enhancing the Greenbelt. The national planning policy includes strong protections to safeguard this important land. I know her local plan is currently under review by the council, who have indicated they'll be updating it, and I hope the honourable member and her constituents engage with that process to help shape future Guildford for future generations.
Kendrick.
Mr. Speaker, the EU Foreign Policy High Representative Joseph Borrell said on Monday that Israel is provoking famine in Gaza and using starvation as a weapon of war. President Biden has said that there should be no attack on Rafah without a plan to ensure the safety of more than 1 million people living there. Does the Prime Minister agree with High Representative Borrell and President Biden? Because I do, and we need a ceasefire. If he does agree, would he say so here in the chamber today?
Well, so as the honourable gentleman knows, I've explained our position repeatedly, but the findings from the IPC are gravely concerning. It's clear that the status quo is unsustainable and we need urgent action now to avoid a famine. The UK is doing all it can to get more aid in and to prevent a worsening crisis. 2,000 tonnes of UK-funded food aid, including flour and hot meals, is being distributed by the World Food Programme in Gaza today, as we speak, enough to feed more than 275,000 people, and we will continue to do everything we can to alleviate the suffering that people are experiencing.
Sir Bill Wiggin, closed question.
Question number 9, sir.
Mr. Speaker, the Department for Education is mounting a significant intervention in Herefordshire's children's services. That includes expert improvement advice, a commissioner with statutory powers to direct the council, and a 2-year improvement partnership with Leeds. And I can assure my honourable friend that the department is closely monitoring the council's progress.
Sir Bill Wiggin.
I thank my right honourable friend for taking this situation, this terrible situation, so seriously. The Permanent Secretary from the Department of Education visited Hereford recently, and so he will know that the new Conservative Council are trying to mend the damage done by the previous Green and Independent authority to far too many young people and their families. As a father, does he agree with me that progress is still far too slow? And so will he meet me and discuss what more we can do?
Well, like my honourable friend, I am concerned to hear that children in Herefordshire are not receiving the level of service that they should expect. And I know that ministers have revisited the Commissioner's latest report, and while some improvements have been made, I agree with him. It's also very clear that the pace of change is not what it should be. My honourable friend has been right to campaign tirelessly on this. I assure him ministers continue to hold the local authority for account, but of course I will be happy to meet with him to discuss his concerns further.
Hamid Yassin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Bedford Renal Unit is closed until further notice, while investigation into the water treatment unit are carried out. This is a major incident for the nearly 100 patients in Bedford, whose lives are now severely disrupted by the need to travel around 50 miles up to 4 times a week to access life-saving kidney dialysis. Will the Prime Minister commit all the necessary resources needed by East and North Hertfordshire Renal Unit services to urgently fix this major issue?
Well, I'm sorry to hear about the specific issue with the renal unit. I think he'll forgive me not being familiar with the exact details, but I'll make sure that we look into it in the department and that the NHS is being provided with all the support that they need to rectify the situation.
Liam Fox.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tomorrow is World Down Syndrome Day. We have made huge innovative strides in this country with the unanimous passing of the Down Syndrome Act in this House and initiatives such as yours, Mr. Speaker, to provide work placements here in the Palace of Westminster for people with Down syndrome. There is an outstanding issue we have to deal with, however. While the time limit on abortion in the UK is 24 weeks gestation, for Down syndrome, due to an anomaly in the law, it is 40 weeks up to full term, something that many members may not understand. With cross-party support, I will be tabling an amendment to the Criminal Justice Bill to equalise the time limit in line with our disability and equality legislation. Surely we cannot accept in the 21st century that people with Down syndrome are second-class citizens in our country. Will the Prime Minister support the change?
Well, I'm grateful to my right honourable friend for his dedicated work in passing the Down Syndrome Act into law. And can I thank him also for highlighting World Down Syndrome Day, where we'll be hosting a reception in number 10 to mark the occasion. As he knows, when the grounds for abortion were amended, Parliament agreed that doctors were best placed to make those difficult decisions with women and their families. And also, as he knows, it's been a long-standing convention that it would be for Parliament to decide whether to make any changes to the law on abortion, and that these issues have always been treated as an individual matter of conscience.
Anna Bardell.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Some of my Livingston constituents in Broxburn and Craigshill have the misfortune of living in houses built with rack concrete. Many of them can't get insurance, can't get mortgages, and one constituent told me very emotionally he cannot even afford a survey. So will the Prime Minister arrange for his ministers to meet with me to discuss how his government can fund local authority and devolve governments that didn't even exist when these houses were built, and give the support that was promised? We need action now.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'd happily look into the issue that the Honourable Lady raises, but in the first instance, I'm sure it would be a question for the SNP government in Scotland to answer, to make sure that they're providing for their constituents. And we have a strong track record of investing in local communities right across Scotland with our levelling up funding and investment partnerships. But when it comes to housing, obviously she'll know that that's a devolved area, but I'll happily look into the issue that she raises.
Andrew Rossendale.
Mr. Speaker, sir, the Prime Minister should be aware that the people of Romford are appalled by the catastrophic reign of the current Mayor of London. So, does he agree that traditional boroughs like Havering should have more independence from City Hall, but in the meantime, to save London, shouldn't we sack Sadiq and elect Susan Hall as the next Mayor of our capital?
Well, can I pay tribute to the Honourable Member for Romford's championing of his area and his passion to preserve its character. Now, as he says, whilst there aren't current plans to redraw the boundaries, I can understand his desire, especially with London being run by the Labour mayor, with nightlife being decimated, crime increasing, and the mayor raising taxes on hard-working people by over 8%. London can certainly, Mr. Speaker, do better, and the only way for pride to be restored in London is with Susan Hall as its new London mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last Sunday was the second anniversary of P&O Ferry's illegal sacking of 786 British seafarers. And despite what ministers have said, P&O has faced no sanction, and this government's new code of practice on fire and rehire would not stop it happening again. This Parliament will be the worst on record for living standards, and real wages are still worth less than they were in 2008. So why, after 14 years, has this government failed to deliver a better deal for workers across Britain?
Well, Mr. Speaker, in fact, as the Chancellor just recently pointed out, living standards are £1,700 higher in real terms than they were in 2010. And if he wants to do something to protect working people in this country, perhaps he should have a chat with his Shadow Chancellor about her plans to impose £28 billion of tax rises on everyone in our country.
Sarah Atherton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After decades of a Labour MP, Wrexham was known as Spice Town, but not anymore. In the last 4 years, we've become a city with a £160 million investment zone, £20 million town fund, £23 million share prosperity fund. We're soon to have the largest trading state in Europe with more jobs than job seekers. We've secured the future of Hightown Bank, and Hollywood has boosted our football club. Agree with me that it's this Conservative MP and this Conservative government
My honourable friend has been an excellent campaigner for Wrexham, putting it on the map after years of decline under the Labour Party, the heart of one of Wales's investment zones, with our plan for towns helping to regenerate the local high street and improve public safety. And I can tell my honourable friend, with such a great campaigner like herself, the next 5 years will only look brighter for Wrexham.
Ashley Dalton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, the Prime Minister rightly called Conservative Party donor Frank Hester's comments about the Honourable Member for Hackney North and Stoke Newington racist. It has since emerged that Mr. Hester has made comments that a group of Indian members of staff should climb on the roof, like on the roof of a train, and has made reference to Asian Corner. Does the Prime Minister agree with me that these comments are racist? Yes or no?
Mr. Speaker, I addressed this last week, and the Minister for Women and Equalities addressed this just half an hour ago.
Father of the House, Sir Peter Bottomley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You and the Prime Minister will be welcome in the Arran district of my constituency, where developers are trying to build over every vineyard, horticultural nursery and agricultural land. Could he point out that the last place to build homes is prime agricultural land, especially in an area where developers have enough permissions to meet the Council's targets for the next 5 years?
Well, Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend is right that sustainable development must be at the heart of our planning system, and that's why we're committed to meeting the housing needs of our communities by building homes, the right homes, in the right places, making sure that everyone uses best use of brownfield land, conserving our countryside, but that's also the point that he makes, which is important. As I've been crystal clear, we must protect agricultural land. Food security is incredibly important, and we need our farmers to produce more great British food.
Andy Slaughter.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We know the Prime Minister has received advice about the legality of the Israel-Gaza war, that he's had time to consider it, that governments can and do publish such advice. So will he tell the House what steps he is taking to act on that advice in reviewing UK arms sales, in supporting proceedings in the ICJ and ICC, and in exercising the UK vote in the UN Security Council?
Well, Mr. Speaker, we continue to call for Israel to respect international humanitarian law and for civilians to be protected. Too many civilians have been killed, and we want to see Israel take greater care to limit its operations to military targets. These are points that both I and the Foreign Secretary have repeatedly made to Prime Minister Netanyahu. We have previously assessed that Israel is committed and capable of complying with international humanitarian law, and of course we always keep this under review.
Vickers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister will be aware of plans by National Grid to build 50-metre high pylons, a network through much of rural Lincolnshire, which is causing much consternation, particularly in rural villages. Could my right honourable friend assure my residents that when finally ministers consider the consultations that come forward from National Grid, that they will give sympathetic consideration to putting some of the sections underground?
Well, Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend is absolutely right to raise the concerns of his constituents, and he will recognise the balance that we need to strike by making sure that we give our country the energy security that it needs, but do that in a way that is respectful of the impact on local communities. I'll be sure to make sure that ministers take into account the concerns that he's raised and that all the views of his local constituents are taken into account.
Final question, Tory Ali.
Mr. Speaker, given the Prime Minister's and his government's days are numbered and will soon be in opposition, will he use the small amount of time available to him and join the 138 United Nations member states and recognise the state of Palestine?
Mr. Speaker, our position has been consistently clear that we will recognise the state of Palestine when it makes most beneficial sense for the overall peace process. Of course we're committed to an ultimate two-state solution, but in the here and now what we are calling for is an immediate, sustained humanitarian pause which would allow for the safe release of hostages, including British nationals, and more aid to reach Gaza. And we would urge all sides to seize the opportunity and continue negotiations to reach an agreement as soon as possible.
Please, Prime Minister's questions. Order. We now come to the urgent question. James Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your permission to ask the Chancellor of the Exchequer to make a statement on the government's decision to close the HMRC self-assessment helpline every year between April and September.
Got good news, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for Ealing North and others for raising the important issue of HMRC's customer services and its plans to provide better services for taxpayers. HMRC, as Honourable Members are probably aware, has announced it is halting planned changes to its helplines that aim to encourage more taxpayers to self-serve online. HMRC has listened to the feedback and recognises more needs to be done to ensure all taxpayers' needs are met, while also encouraging those who can transition to online services. Making best use of online services allows HMRC to help more taxpayers and get the most out of every pound of taxpayers' money by boosting productivity. HMRC Helpline and web chat advisors will always be there for those taxpayers who need support because they are vulnerable, digitally excluded, or have complex affairs. And I recognise that such reassurances were not sufficiently clearly communicated yesterday. And the pace of this change, of course, needs to match the public appetite for managing their tax affairs online. The changes to the self-assessment, VAT and PAYE helplines announced by HMRC will therefore all be halted while HMRC engages with stakeholders. This means the phone lines will remain open as usual. HMRC will now work with stakeholders, including myself, while continuing to encourage customers to self-serve and access the information they need more quickly and easily by going online or to the HMRC app, which of course is available 24/7.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Minister for his response, but the question I am tempted to ask is who on earth is running the Treasury? This morning, just after we requested this urgent question, we found out the Chancellor has told HMRC to pause this change. This is a U-turn of quite extraordinary speed and indignity after HMRC announced yesterday it would permanently close its self-assessment helpline altogether for half the year from April till September. This morning, a Treasury source said that ministers have halted this change immediately, implying that ministers were taken by surprise by HMRC's announcement yesterday. So can the Minister confirm whether any Treasury ministers had any involvement in the decision announced yesterday, or was the announcement yesterday made by HMRC without any ministerial involvement? In announcing the closure of the helpline yesterday, HMRC said the changes would, and I quote, allow our helpline advisors to focus support where it is most needed, helping those with complex tax queries and those who are vulnerable and need extra support. So can the Minister confirm that HMRC's plans to help those who are vulnerable and need extra support are now in tatters after the Chancellor's chaotic U-turn? Mr. Speaker, I note that reports of the Chancellor's position refers to a pause of the change rather than a scrapping of it altogether. So can the Minister confirm that the self-assessment helpline will now remain fully open this year? And if this plan is merely paused, can the Minister confirm whether HMRC will still be looking at months-long periods of closure for self-assessment helpline in the future? Mr. Speaker, it is clear that the announced closure of the helpline yesterday came not as part of a comprehensive, orderly or effective plan to help customers move online, but rather as a panicked response to HMRC's service levels collapsing to an all-time low. And Mr. Speaker, it is clear from the chaotic U-turn today that this government is fundamentally unstable and has given up on serious governing.
Yes, I'm sure the Honourable Member is aware that HMRC is a non-ministerial department. Ministers set strategy and work closely with the Department of Operations and Communications. It's also important, I think, to recognise that 67,000 people work for HMRC, and they go to work every day trying to do the right thing, and I think it's important we recognise that many people work very hard. In terms of the overall strategy, it is absolutely right and one I completely support, and I'll give the Honourable Member an example of the reason why we need to encourage and support the move to online. In 22-23, HMRC received more than 3 million calls on just 3 things that can easily be done digitally: resetting online passwords, getting your tax code, and getting your national insurance number. That's almost 500 people working full-time to answer just those calls. And of course, those resources could be redeployed. The Honourable Gentleman as well can absolutely get the reassurance that those who are not digitally savvy and those with difficulties will always and have always been able to access services, including telephone services.
Chair of the Select Committee, Harriet Ball.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can I thank the Financial Secretary and the Chancellor for listening to the howl of pain that came from ordinary taxpayers when they saw that announcement yesterday. The people who contact the HMRC hotline are the most law-abiding, tax-paying people across this land. And the Treasury Committee this morning has published more data that shows that it is increasingly difficult to contact HMRC by telephone. Now, while I fully endorse what the Minister has just said about the long-term strategy to move people online, it can't be done in a way where it is randomly shut down that you can contact HMRC by telephone. The Minister has an excellent digital track record in the private sector before he came into Parliament. Can I urge him to use that experience to make this much more of a gradual transition for those law-abiding citizens of ours?
Yes, I thank my honourable friend for her work and, of course, the Select Committee on this area. And I know that HMRC customer service has been an area of focus for her and others for some time, and I appreciate the input. I recognise and appreciate as well that she acknowledges the potential opportunities and upside to encouraging more people to go online. But the point she's making is really important, and HMRC have taken the feedback with good grace, because it's important that we move at the speed at which the public are willing to move. And of course, some are not willing or able to go to a pure online services. And sorry, I didn't respond to the honourable gentleman's comment earlier on in terms of the telephone lines staying open. Yes, of course they will.
SNP spokesperson Drew Hendry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is absolute chaos. The proposal to permanently close the self-assessment helpline for half the year was truly half-baked and irresponsible, as was the planned restrictions to the VAT helpline. Now, the reverse is welcome, but the fact that this announcement was made at all highlights the disconnect at the heart of HMRC's customer operation. As the Federation for Small Businesses pointed out, customer service levels are at an all-time low, a view backed up by the Public Accounts Committee in this place. At a time when the Chancellor's policies are dragging more people into PAYE through fiscal drag, it was typically tone-deaf to people's needs. Fran Heathcote from the PCS union said, a combination of low pay and micromanagement is rife across the whole of HMRC's customer service department. The Minister said this is a non-ministerial department, but we know that it's been told what to do by the Chancellor overnight. So when did the government get notice of this announcement? Was this announcement a reaction to the Chancellor's decision to cut HMRC's budget by £1.6 billion next year? Will he now ensure that that cut is reversed and order HMRC to recruit more customer service staff? And will he now instruct HMRC to make this reversal permanent?
Yes, as I outlined a few moments ago, I think we can all appreciate in this House that in order to serve customers, in particular those who most need support, we need to make sure that those who don't need to go online have alternative channels, which actually, by the way, the customer service levels are higher in online channels, and the use of the app, which I encourage all individuals to use as well. So those who can go online and will find a very effective and efficient service, that is absolutely the right strategy, and one that I completely and utterly support. We've also had a trial in the past of the closure of the lines, and the report, actually, some more information came out yesterday, showed that that worked quite well. And then in terms of other measures which the honourable gentleman raises, in terms of redeployment, HMRC is proactive in notifying, for example, people who do not need to provide a self-assessment form. I think above 1 million people last year were notified they don't need to do so. And of course, other changes in government policy, such as recognising those who are on high incomes but who don't have complex tax affairs, up to £150,000, for example. Again, we have communicated that they don't need to provide self-assessment return as well. So there is a broad package going on here to enhance and improve customer service. But we recognise many people like and would prefer telephone service.
Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Despite extensive government investment in rural broadband in my constituency of Derbyshire Dales, there remains a lack of connectivity. So small businesses and also the elderly and the vulnerable are still having difficulty going fully online. What can he do to ensure that nobody will be left behind in Derbyshire Dales?
Yes, again, I thank the Honourable Lady for those comments, because she's making a really important point, that there are still people in this country who are not digitally aware or who are digitally excluded for a variety of reasons, including obviously in her constituency. And this is why it's an important part of the strategy that we always ensure that those who are digitally excluded, those who are vulnerable or have particularly complex affairs, can always reach a human being. And that, of course, is the strategy.
Manjeet Singh Desi.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, another chaotic government U-turn when the Chancellor this morning took the decision to scrap plans to close HMRC phone lines less than 24 hours after the measures were announced. A Treasury source this morning has admitted that closing HMRC's helplines would, and I quote, be to the detriment of the general public and the vulnerable who need access to the helplines to support them with tax matters. Mr. Speaker, this is part of a wider malaise within Tory broken Britain, where many of my Slough constituents cannot get to speak to a doctor when they want to, cannot register for an NHS dentist, and much worse besides. So, Minister, why was this decision taken in the first place?
Mr. Speaker, I mentioned in my opening comments, and I think it's important to stress again here, that it was never intended, and I think we do need to make sure that nobody scaremongers here, it was never intended and never would have been the case, that the vulnerable, the digitally excluded, or those with complex affairs would not be able to access these services, even with the proposals yesterday. So I'm afraid on that particular point, the Honourable Gentleman is just wrong.
Jameson.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I'm grateful to the Minister for his statement this morning, which I welcome. Back in September last year, in this very place, I raised the issue of heavy fines being imposed upon self-employed constituents for late submission of self-assessment forms, even though no monies were owed. I did meet the Minister at the time, but could I please ask the current Minister to write to me and to give me an update on progress?
Yes, I thank my honourable friend for raising this matter. And again, just to reiterate, there is a very good reason why HMRC's structure in relationship with government is as it is in a non-ministerial role, because it would be inappropriate for ministers to interfere with individual tax affairs. However, I would be more than happy to raise the particular point that the honourable gentleman has raised and respectfully ask HMRC to pay due attention to it. And of course, government sets broader policy.
Helen Morgan.
Speaker, as a former financial controller of a small business in a rural place, I've used those helplines extensively, not least in sorting out disputes where HMRC have got their data wrong. Given the fact that our own experience is that the website process is Byzantine, the waits on the phone line are inordinately long, and we know that £36 billion of tax goes uncollected by HMRC every year, how can anybody have any confidence that the Treasury is working effectively?
Very simply, I'll say to the Honourable Lady, we actually have one of the lowest tax gaps reported in the world at about 4.8%, precisely because of the clarity of the tax system and the efficiency of HMRC in terms of gaining the tax that's owed. Of course, there are customer service challenges, and I'm having conversations with HMRC about that, and they're also held to account in the Chamber and elsewhere, Select Committee and so on, as appropriate. But I do think it's important that we do recognise the volume of correspondence, for example, with HMRC, 38 million telephone calls in 22-23, 16 million pieces of correspondence, and therefore it makes sense, if we were looking at this as a private sector business, we could see how it would make sense to strategically move as much of that activity, where appropriate, online, where it can be more appropriately and often more quickly dealt with.
Headline notes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My Select Committee is currently carrying out an inquiry into the rights of older people and met this week in Andover with Independent Age and a range of stakeholders who were making the point to me that they need to be able to access all services on the telephone, that they find it difficult if they have disabilities, if they are visually impaired. Indeed, those who are hard of hearing need websites with an overlay of British Sign Language in order to be able to communicate effectively. They were horrified yesterday at the announcement about the closure of the helplines, and I just wanted to ascertain what consultation there was with the Member of Parliament for Mid Sussex in her new expanded role as Minister for Disabled People. Was there any consultation with her as to what impact these changes might have? And further, as Members of Parliament, when we're dealing with our constituency casework with HMRC, they now try and push us to dealing with it on the telephone and not by email. Will my honourable friend reassure me that these changes will make sure that vulnerable people can still use telephone services? And would he just make a comment on that little contradiction that we have between the way that we're dealt with and the way the public are?
I thank the Right Honourable Lady for her comments, and I can assure her on the point of HMRC's communication with colleagues on behalf of our constituents. We're having live conversations. Some members do tell me that they would prefer a telephone call, others would prefer email. It's important that we have both. Those are live conversations I'm having with HMRC, and I'm more than happy to communicate views and opinions from across the Chamber on that point. The other point she raised, and I do want to make sure that this is reiterated, because I say in yesterday's announcements, I am well aware that one of the biggest areas of concern and one of the reasons why the feedback was so loud is a concern that those who were vulnerable would not be helped, including those with disabilities. It was never the intention or the plan that those people would not be able to access online or indeed web chat or other channels.
On the answer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No, the Minister has said he's spoken about the public who are willing or able to access the services online. We in this House have to do our own self-assessment form, and I'm willing and able, but I still need access to a telephone line. And the Minister says that there are 500 people with the same 3 questions. Well, those 3 questions obviously can't be handled by the online system. So is the Minister confident that they have the digital tools to cater for more than 12 million self-assessment taxpayers following this announcement?
Yes, actually, I do need to correct the Honourable Lady. Actually, the vast majority of those points that I raised could be handled online, including, for example, use of the app. And I say one of the things we must do is communicate far more clearly, and it's a fair point being raised in the Chamber today, and one that I will continue to discuss with HMRC, because there are clearly some challenges with communication, what's available, where help exists, and so on. But in terms of the digital offerings, in particular the app, there is a wealth of information on that, and I do encourage people to adopt those where possible. But she's also making a valid point that where they can't, they need other help, and that is what we're listening to.
Julian Lewis.
HMRC made a serious mistake, and the government acted commendably quickly in intervening to put matters right. I'm sure the government will now take a close interest on what happens next. So, as a matter of policy, will he ensure that whatever the future holds, it won't be anything as sudden or as brutal as this, and that there will be a trial period before anything as dramatic is implemented across the board?
Yes, I thank the Honourable Member for his comments as well. I should be clear, as I mentioned a few moments ago, there has been a trial of closure of telephone services in the past, and the results of that, again, have just been recently reported and showed that that trial worked quite well. The challenge, and we've heard it overnight, and it's an important one, and we're hearing it again in the Chamber, is that the confidence behind that has not been effectively communicated, and the reassurances that I, for example, personally had in terms of what would happen if services were closed down to help those who are not able to access online services, the disabled, those who are not able to get digital access in the particular complex cases. The reassurance was not there that they would be looked after, and I think that is an important point in terms of making sure that as we move forward, as HMRC move forward, and as we develop policy, that we move at a pace that people are comfortable with.
Speaker, I hope that this screaming U-turn by HMRC is a result of action by the Minister, and if it is, then I congratulate him on stepping in so quickly. But does he not agree with me that it is totally unwarranted at a time when more and more people are being dragged into complex tax returns because of the fiscal drag, when 1 million people in January had their calls unanswered by HMRC, and when a record number of people are now having their tax returns put in late because they can't get information, that this kind of policy should have been adopted by HMRC? And will he give us an assurance that this is not temporary, but that whatever help is required to aid taxpayers to pay their tax will be available to them?
Yes, on the latter point, I do want to give the Honourable Gentleman that assurance, as I gave some moments ago. And I think, again, as I've outlined several times today, I think we can all recognise that the move to digital for those who it's appropriate will then relieve the burden on those telephone calls and on some of the other service, and precisely deliver the very end goal that he's looking for. And also, as I mentioned, it is an absolute goal of government policy to try and make sure the tax system is simple. And that example I gave of those who are on high incomes but have relatively simple tax affairs, just paying through PAYE, for example, we're trying to remove as many of those people as possible out of filling in a self-assessment return, because they don't really need to. It's all done through PAYE. So I completely understand the points he's making.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Whilst decisions on individual tax cases are rightly managed independently by HMRC, it was the political and public pressure which saw this ridiculous decision squashed. So what steps will ministers take to improve the accountability and the performance of HMRC?
Yes, there's a variety of channels and tools, including obviously my ministerial oversight and others, and the Select Committee and others play an important part, and other bodies. But also it is important, and I say I don't want to suggest in any way, shape or form that I'm removing myself from responsibility for HMRC here. I have ministerial oversight. Therefore, if colleagues do have concerns, they can always raise them with me, and it is my job to raise those concerns with HMRC as well.
Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I refer to my register of members' interest and chair of the PCS parliamentary group. Does the Minister not accept that one of the more disgraceful aspects of this episode is that neither the trade union or the staff appear to have been consulted prior to yesterday's announcement? And does he accept that is no way to conduct industrial relations or indeed deal with staff? And how does he manage yesterday's announcement with the comments of the Public Accounts Committee, which that the Department has to improve its ability to reach out to taxpayers, needs additional resources, so why are we now restricting customer access to the Department?
Well, I and HMRC have heard and respect the views of the PAC and other bodies in terms of recommendations and suggestions for improvements. And of course, many of these bodies do suggest the continuing move and the strategy towards digital online being an important part of that process. In terms of engagement, as I said, I don't have day-to-day operational responsibility for HMRC, but I do have oversight, and I have requested, for example, proactively several weeks ago to request a meeting with the unions, because that's what I tend to do in all my ministerial roles.
Sir Christopher Cho.
Mr. Speaker, this U-turn is very welcome, but does my honourable friend accept that one of the problems is the chronic lack of productivity within HMRC, and isn't that made worse because so many of them are working from home?
Again, I thank my honourable friend. He's correct that a focus on productivity is key, and I can assure him that those are exactly the kind of conversations I have. And of course, the Chief Secretary to the Treasury as well is leading a review across government on productivity. HMRC members are required to work in the office for, I think it's 40% of the time. And I can give him the assurance, because I've asked HMRC about this, to assess and monitor the productivity for those who are working from home versus in the office. And there is very little difference. But this, of course, because of the concern expressed by him and others, this is something I will keep an eye on.
Mr. Carmichael.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The leave is welcome, but if we're going to keep these helplines open, can we at least resource them properly and make them work? I spoke to one chartered accountant in my constituency this morning. He tells me that recently he phoned HMRC with a complex query on behalf of a client. It took 40 minutes to get an answer. When the phone was answered, they acknowledged the problem. He suggested, in fact, that this answer might lie in his client's wife's data being incorrectly ordered, at which point he was told that they were only allowed to handle one case per call. He would have to hang up, phone back, wait another 40 minutes for an answer. Surely that's no way to treat a customer.
I thank the right honourable gentleman for raising that point. I'll happily raise that with HMRC.
Alison Toulis.
I'm regularly contacted by constituents, as I'm sure many of my colleagues are, by people who have had very poor services from HMRC, and people who are pretty certain they'd still be waiting had they not got their MP involved. My constituent, Mr McCall, retired to care for his terminally ill wife in 2021, but has since been chased repeatedly by HMRC to provide a tax return for 22-23. He doesn't use email and has described the diabolical experience he's had with the phone line, waiting 50 minutes for an automated voice, which then went dead. Does the Minister accept that this service level is not acceptable at all, that things must improve? And would he like to take the opportunity to apologise to my constituent, Mr McCall, for the distress that HMRC have caused him?
Minister.
Yes, I am sorry to hear about those circumstances for the Honourable Lady's constituent. And as I said, whilst I have to be careful about making sure there's arm's length on individual cases, she's raising also a broader policy point. And there's a lot of training and work goes on. I say I do want to repeat this. There's 60-something thousand people working for HMRC. Many of them are dedicated, hard-working, well-trained individuals who do a thankless job often. But she's raising valid point. I will happily raise it. And may I take the opportunity, Mr. Speaker, I spoke incorrectly a few moments ago. HMRC are required to work in the office 60% of the time, not 40% of the time.
Wendy Chamberlain.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Government was forced to extend the state pensions top-ups through to April of next year due to unacceptable delays on the DWP HMRC helpline for that issue. Given that the Minister has mentioned there is going to be a review, can he provide some clarity on whether it's going to include that helpline in its scope? Because I know it's a concern to many constituents.
I do have an ongoing engagement with HMRC. As I said, whilst they're operational independence, I do have some oversight and ministerial guidance is appropriate. And I have to say, and I do appreciate all comments from honourable members today, these will be live conversations. HMRC are listening as well to the conversations today, and I'll happily raise the points you raise.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And it's, first of all, can I thank the Minister very much for a positive response to the answers and to try and solve the problems, and we appreciate that. I've had constituents inquiries in my office regarding the struggle constituents have had getting through to HMRC on the phone lines. There's no doubt that people still rely on a service where they can get speaking to an individual. It's so important for us as MPs as well. With 1 million calls unanswered in January 24 alone, I think that illustrates very clearly the problem that the Minister is trying to address. Does the Minister not see that there must be an enhanced service for all the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland to ensure that all calls are answered and dealt with? The better option of a personal phone call is right, but we need a drastic change. Thank you.
I thank the honourable gentleman. Again, it's really important that HMRC commands respect, and to a broad degree it does across the House and with our constituents, because that's the way then that we all comply with the tax requirements. And where there's a confusion, where there's an uncertainty, where there's a valid question, it's important that people are able to go and get that help, that advice and that support. For some people, it's appropriate online, but not for everybody. So as I said, the comments made today are very much appreciated, and I think and suspect the honourable gentleman will recognise the point I've made many times. It's also important that all of us do try and encourage and support the digitisation of these services, including the adoption of the app and so on to our constituents, because that will help make sure that the time available is focused on those who most need that help and support.
That completes the UQ. I have to notify the House, in accordance with the Royal Assent Act 1967, that His Majesty has signified his royal assent to the following acts: Supply and Appropriation Act 2024, National Insurance Contributions Act 2024, Trade Agreement Trans-Pacific Partnership Act 2024, and Bishop Stortford Cemetery Act 2024. We now come to the next urgent question. Sir Ian Duncan-Smith.
Mr Speaker, to ask the Foreign Secretary if he will make a statement on the security and human rights implications on the imposition of Article 23 in Hong Kong.
Minister. Mr Deputy Speaker, may I thank my right honourable friend for his urgent question today. Mr Deputy Speaker, yesterday Hong Kong's Legislative Council passed new national security legislation unanimously under Article 23 of the Basic Law. The bill rushed through the legislative process and, likely incompatible with international human rights law, will come into force on Saturday. Since 2020, we have seen Hong Kongers' rights and freedoms deliberately eroded as a result of the Beijing-imposed national security law. This law continues this pattern. Yesterday, His Majesty's government made clear that the law's overall impact will further damage the rights and freedoms enjoyed throughout Hong Kong. It will enable the authorities to continue their clampdown on freedoms, including of speech, of assembly, and of the media. It will further entrench the culture of self-censorship dominating Hong Kong's social and political landscape. It fails to provide, Mr Deputy Speaker, certainly for international organisations, including diplomatic missions operating there. Broad definitions will negatively affect those who live, work and do business there. While Britain recognises the right of all jurisdictions to implement national security legislation, Hong Kong is also required to ensure laws align with international standards, rights and norms as set out in the UN treaties, the Sino-British Joint Declaration and its Basic Law. Hong Kong is an international city. Respect for the rule of law, its high degree of autonomy and the independence of its well-respected institutions has always been critical to its success. The British government, Mr Deputy Speaker, has urged the Hong Kong authorities to respect the rights and freedoms, uphold its high degree of autonomy and the rule of law, and act in accordance with its international commitments and legal obligations. Let me conclude, Mr Deputy Speaker, by welcoming the contribution our growing Hong Kong diaspora makes to life in the United Kingdom. They are safe to live here and exercise the same rights and freedoms all British residents enjoy. We will not tolerate any attempt by any foreign power to intimidate, harass or harm individuals or communities in the United Kingdom. This law has no effect in the UK, and we have no active extradition treaty with Hong Kong. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Ian Duncan-Smith.
Mr Speaker, I welcome the government statement, but I don't think it goes far enough. Article 23 allows sentences of up to 14 years imprisonment if an individual fails to disclose that another person indicated intention to commit treason, which includes peaceful protest or voicing discontent. If a journalist, for example, discloses information deemed to be of national secret, then they will be jailed for 10 years. Since the passage of the National Security Law in 2020, the people of Hong Kong have endured relentless oppression in contravention of the Sino-British Agreement. Yet, the UK has done very little to hold those responsible to account. I remind my right honourable friend that the US, who were not the ones that signed the agreement, has sanctioned 42 people, including very senior individuals in Hong Kong, and the UK has sanctioned none. I have two questions as a result. As this legislation harmonises Hong Kong and China's national security systems with the devastating consequences for human rights, it also, though, changes the business legal arrangements. My question, therefore, is if the US government has last year warned US businesses that they can no longer rely on the protections that the rule of English common law affords in Hong Kong, why has the UK government not done the same to our businesses? And secondly, we now know that internal documents within the department show that the Foreign Office has paused targeted sanctions against Chinese officials in November of 2023. And I quote from one of those, FCDO has paused consideration of this work indefinitely. Now, I am one of those sanctioned as parliamentarians here, and I must say that is a terrible decision to make and flies in the face of the evidence. So will the government now publish these documents and make a statement explaining why they no longer wish to sanction Chinese officials?
Well, I thank my right honourable friend very much for his comments, and let me deal with them as best I can. I mean, first of all, Mr Deputy Speaker, he indicated just 2 or 3 of the defects in this appalling legislation, and he is quite right to identify those. He didn't ask me whether it was a breach of the Sino-British joint declaration. In fact, it isn't, because the Hong Kong government is legislating for itself, and of course in 2021 the British government declared China in ongoing breach of the Sino-British joint declaration. But he asks me about the rule of English common law and the warnings given by the government of the United States. I should say to him, I think the British business community is very well able and extremely experienced to reach conclusions for themselves, but if ever the British government's advice is sought, we would always give our advice. He talks about targeted sanctions, and I know that he is sanctioned. I hope that he will bear it with the necessary fortitude required. But it is outrageous that my right honourable friend should be sanctioned in this way, and others also. We do not discuss, Mr Deputy Speaker, across the floor of the House our approach to sanctions, but he may rest assured that we are keeping all such matters under regular review.
Well, Mr Speaker, Hong Kong's new national security law is the latest degradation of rights and freedoms of Hong Kong, causing fear and unease for not only Hong Kongers, UK and other foreign nationals, as well as international businesses and organisations living, working and operating in Hong Kong, but many outside as well. Article 23's provision apply to Hong Kong residents and businesses anywhere in the world, and we have seen where this can lead, frankly, with the appalling attack on a protester in Manchester in December 2022. What steps is the UK taking to counter the threat of transnational repression, especially towards the 160,000 Hong Kongers who've come to the UK via the B&O passport route? Many today feel unsafe, they feel unprotected, denied access even to their own pensions. On their behalf, can I ask the Minister whether he accepts that the law not only undermines the legally binding Sino-British agreement, as the Foreign Secretary put it, but it represents a clear breach? And if so, will he say that to his Chinese counterparts? And he says that he doesn't talk about sanctions, but it is of concern that the US thinks sanctions are appropriate, but the UK government seems to be sitting on its hands. And in his constant absence, can I ask the Minister whether the Foreign Secretary accepts that his golden era with China was a strategic mistake, which undermined British influence over Hong Kong, set us on a rodeo of inconsistency towards China, and failed to stand up for the UK's national security interests, and whether we can really expect him to deliver the strong, clear-eyed and consistent approach that is clearly needed.
Well, I thank the Shadow Foreign Secretary for his comments. I agree entirely with what he says about Article 23, and he chides me for not saying more on the issue of sanctions. The only point I was making, which I hope he will accept has been common to both parties when in government, is that we do not discuss our application or consideration of sanctions and sanctions policy across the floor of the House, but when we feel it is necessary to act, we certainly do. He asked me about the view of the Foreign Secretary and his long career and understanding of China from his time as Prime Minister. I think that the Foreign Secretary, Mr. Deputy Speaker, if I may say so, has spoken out very clearly on the change that has taken place since the time when he was Prime Minister and today. He asked me effectively whether this is a breach of the Sino-British Joint Declaration, which, as I have said, we decided in 2021 that China was in ongoing breach of that. But on the issue of whether it is a breach of international law, the bill itself specifically says that it will be compliant with international law, and so I suspect that the proof of the pudding will be in the eating.
Julian Lewis.
I'm afraid the Shadow Foreign Secretary slightly stole my script about the golden era of Sino-British relations trumpeted by the then Prime Minister Cameron. But whilst my right honourable friend says things have changed since then, one thing has not changed. Communist China was a totalitarian state then, and it's a totalitarian state now. Isn't it about time that the Foreign Commonwealth Office learnt that lesson?
Well, my right honourable friend speaks with great experience on these matters from his time on the Intelligence and Security Committee, and I agree with him about the nature of China. The question here was whether China would respect the Sino-British Joint Declaration and recognise the uniquely brilliant features of Hong Kong as an international trading city. And it is a matter of great regret that politics has trumped economics in that respect, as perhaps in the case of China it always will.
Archie Doherty-Hughes.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Let me thank the Right Honourable Member for Chingford Woodford for getting this UQ. Let's maybe try and get some answers from the government about a response to what communist China has done. Critically in what we can do here in the UK regarding Confucius Institutes. Now, Confucius Institutes, we've even had universities in this country brag about being the first online Confucius Institute back in May 2022. That was the Open University. And up until 2023, the actual government itself was spending on Mandarin language teaching at schools with at least 27 million allocated, channelled through universities based on Confucius institutes. I wonder if the Minister can actually confirm that that stopped, because there is some confusion about whether or not that stopped. And following the shadow Foreign Secretary, governments in countries like the United States and others have believed that sanctions are possible. Indeed, Netherlands and Germany have discouraged their universities from engaging with the Confucius Institute, and Sweden has gone as far as I would in actually banning it. So in terms of making some answers to what's going on in Hong Kong, some practical things here within the United Kingdom, would his government actually consider ending the rights of Confucius Institutes here in the UK, and can he clarify his government's allocation of funding on Mandarin language teaching through those institutes?
Well, Mr Deputy Speaker, we are very much aware of the Confucius Institutes and the way in which they operate. And on that specific point which he asked me, I can assure him that we keep these matters always under review. And if we have any changes to make to what we are doing at the moment, we will be sure to announce them in this House.
Sarah Champion.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. There is no doubt that Article 23 will have a chilling effect on freedom and human rights in Hong Kong. It's designed to further stifle all criticism of the Chinese regime and its policies, both inside and outside Hong Kong. Given the number of UK dual nationals in Hong Kong, what plans does the government have to protect UK citizens from political persecution from China, both here and in Hong Kong? And will the Minister look again at extending the BNO passport scheme to children born before 1997?
Well, I thank the Chairman of the Select Committee for her comments. As she knows, we created the British National Overseas Route in 2020, which creates a pathway to permanent citizenship for British National Overseas Passport holders. It is working extremely well, and of course we keep it always under review, but we have no current plans to change it.
Tobias Elwood.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. It was supposed to be one country, two systems, but that's clearly disappeared. In the bigger picture, it's increasingly clear that China is openly pursuing a competing interpretation of the international rules-based order, where nowhere is that more evident than in Hong Kong. Independence of the judiciary has disappeared, freedoms of speech, all the sort of the press, and of course Hong Kong's own democratic structures have all been severely challenged and indeed eroded. And now this new national security legislation will see the introduction of closed-door trials, detention for up to 16 days without charge, and the lowering of the bar of when life sentences can be imposed. Now, can I ask the Deputy Foreign Minister, who I believe has former business experience with Hong Kong, what impact will these new draconian measures have on the international community doing business with Hong Kong in the future?
Well, I thank the former chairman of the Defence Select Committee very much for his question. I joined my business career was in and out of Hong Kong very regularly, and it is quite extraordinary, Mr Deputy Speaker, the way in which Hong Kong's brilliant preeminence in business is being undermined by this legislation, and indeed by much other legislation and acts by the Chinese government. Hong Kong was built on independent institutions, a high degree of autonomy, openness to the world. All those things help increase the economic activity and the living standards and wealth of a country or a city, and it is deeply regrettable that this does not appear to be recognised by the government of China.
Leila Moran.
Deputy Speaker, this is yet another nail in the coffin of Hong Kong democracy, and I can't believe we're here yet again. My thoughts are with the families of Hong Kongers who are here, who must be looking at this, thinking what this means for them. But yet, we just heard the passing of the CPTPP bill in this place, and during that debate yesterday, we did not get that cast-iron assurance that Britain would stop China from joining the CPTPP, given that they are the next in line to join. Would, in his role as Foreign Minister, care to do that now? Should China be joining the CPTPP while they are doing things like this?
Well, the Honourable Lady is an extremely experienced parliamentarian, and she knows that I will not add from the dispatch box today to what my right honourable friend said yesterday in this place. But she did talk about the threats to citizens in Hong Kong and here. I would just add to what I said earlier, Mr Deputy Speaker, that we suspended our extradition treaty with Hong Kong in 2020, and that was absolutely the right thing to do.
So, Christopher Chope.
Mr. Speaker, so why is the government continuing in its policy of continuous appeasement of China?
Well, I don't recognise the point that my honourable friend is making. We, of course, have relations with many regimes whose values and views we do not share. That is the nature of international diplomacy and international business. But I can assure him that British ministers are forthright in their interactions with their Chinese counterparts, as he would expect.
Chairman.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I've got some sympathy for the Minister today because I think he shares my sense of shame. I was one of the parliamentary delegations that went to Hong Kong after the deal that meant one country, two systems was, and our job as parliamentarians was to find out what local people thought of the agreement. And I can remember at these all-party groups assuring the people of Hong Kong that they will be safe and secure in their democracy and it would not be challenged. Now, can I say to the Minister, what he says is not very encouraging. This is not just a totalitarian communist dictatorship, it's a ruthless dictatorship. And there are sanctions that we could be taking. Some of us in the House have begged the government to do an audit of how much Chinese influence there is in this country, how many companies have taken over, how big is the influence? It's massive. Whole of the electrical distribution of this city of London and the South East is owned by a Chinese company, directly owned by a Chinese company. Surely we could take real sanctions against this country that has gone back on everything they promised over Hong Kong.
Well, I'm most grateful, Mr Deputy Speaker, to him for his opening sympathy and support, which is always very welcome. In respect of the audit which he describes of Chinese involvement, much of this work is effectively done by brilliant British investigative journalists, and he will have read, as I have read, many of the reports which they have published. And it is one of the differences between China and Britain that we have an open and free and democratic system here, which enables us to scrutinise and pursue these matters in a way that is not possible in China.
Edward Timson.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. The message that this legislation sends out is that political control trumps all else, including the economy. So bearing that in mind, what assessment has the Deputy Foreign Secretary made of this national security law, both in relation to economic stability, competitiveness and performance in the city of Hong Kong, not least in relation to the confidence of foreign investors, but also the potential impact on social cohesion?
Well, my honourable friend makes an extremely shrewd point. The impact of this legislation is, of course, devastating in terms of the areas which he identifies. And, of course, this is not legislation scrutinised in the way that we understand legislation to be scrutinised. It is not subject to consultation or scrutiny by genuinely democratically elected members, but that is merely one of the defects, Mr Deputy Speaker, which has been identified during this session this afternoon.
Alison Carmichael.
The all-party parliamentary group in Hong Kong, which I chair, heard very powerful testimony this morning from a young Hong Konger who had been a political prisoner there. It's obviously going to be the case now that we will see more people enduring the indignity of political imprisonment. The BNO passport visa can be withheld on the basis of the applicant having been in prison. Surely now that is something that has to be reviewed.
Yeah.
Well, that is not a matter, as he will appreciate, only for us. But he is right in his fundamental understanding, as he has set out, about the breach of the law that is going on here. And he may well have seen, as I have, the words of Kurt Volker, the UN human rights lead, who said today, and I quote, "On the face of it, this law looks incompatible with international humanitarian law."
Tom Randall.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Having also been at the Hong Kong APPG meeting this morning, I echo the powerful testimony that we heard from those pro-democracy activists who have suffered so much in advocating their cause. I welcome my right honourable friend's statement. In his opening, he said that the law does not apply here, and of course it doesn't, but that's not how the Chinese see it. It is, for them, an extraterritorial law. It outlaws external interference that intends to interfere in Hong Kong affairs. It bans the work of NGOs advocating for human rights and civil liberties, and might also affect those Hong Kongers in the UK who are working in the UK civil service or the UK armed forces. Could my right honourable friend assure me that there are active discussions happening across government with the Home Office, the Ministry of Defence and others to ensure that Hong Kongers living in the UK have the protections necessary against any future Chinese prosecution?
Well, my honourable friend Paul Gedling knows a great deal about these matters and speaks with great wisdom on it. He is right to speculate that these discussions are taking place across government. They take place through formal mechanisms most of the time. But I suspect that he is concerned about the possible misuse of Interpol, which is an issue that has been raised and which we, Mr Deputy Speaker, take extremely seriously in the requirement to protect individual rights and uphold Article 3 of Interpol's constitution. So he may rest assured that we continue to watch over these matters with all possible concern and rigour.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Minister, as always, for his answers. But as has been stated today, the action is in clear breach of the Sino-British Joint Declaration and human rights laws as well, which I and others in this House take a particular interest in. I've heard clearly what the Minister has said, but having a number of personal number of concerned Asian constituents in my area who have contacted me about the message this sends to those who have left the Chinese regime raises concern for the protection of those who live and work here. And if we cannot hold the Chinese to their word, then the question is anyone safe? And what message does the Minister have for my constituents?
Well, Mr Deputy Speaker, he asked me at the end of his interesting contribution a philosophical question, and indeed he seeks, I think, a rhetorical answer. But by the very way in which he expressed his question, he made clear precisely what the dangers are here. And we've seen, Mr Deputy Speaker, throughout the trial of Jimmy Lai, that this is a political prosecution. And once again, we call for his immediate release. And finally, Mr Deputy Speaker, he talked about this being a breach of the Sino-British Joint Declaration, a point that has been mentioned earlier during this session. Technically, as the Hong Kong government is legislating for itself, it may or may not be a breach technically, but we have been perfectly clear since 2021 that China is in ongoing breach of the declaration.
Thank the Minister for responding to the urgent question and to the questions of others here today. We're now moving on to the presentation of bills. Secretary Victoria Atkins.
Tobacco and Vapes Bill.
Second reading what day?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Presentation of bill. Emma Hardy.
Private Parking Regulator Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 14th of June.
Friday the 14th of June. We're now going to move on to the 10-minute rule motion on standards in public life codes of conduct. Debbie Abrahams.
Thank you so much, Mr Deputy Speaker. I beg that leave be given to bring in a bill to require the codes of conduct for ministers, MPs and councillors to be made statutory and for connected purposes. Mr Deputy Speaker, we are here today in the Mother of Parliaments, a place that is steeped in our country's history, from passing Acts of Union to overthrowing a tyrannical monarch. A place that Chartists and suffragettes fought for the right to be in, and a place that has approved our country's most important human rights and equality legislation. But to many people across our great country and nation state, they feel that the UK Parliament, the MPs and ministers that sit in this place, that make new laws on behalf of them no longer represents them. People across the country feel that while they play by the rules too often, too many of us do not. They are engaged every 5 years or so in a general election, but rarely in between. And while they are struggling to make ends meet, public money is treated by some as a personal fiefdom to bestow on their chums and benefactors. When people lose faith in democracy, they seek political extremes. Polling from the Institute for Government recently showed 2/3 of our constituents said that they do not think the current government behaves to high ethical standards. Likewise, polling from the UK Anti-Corruption Coalition found 2/3 of voters believe UK politics is becoming more corrupt. Our democracy is fragile, and the reputation of this place, as we're in it for ourselves, will, if not tackle, lay the groundwork for some of the country's most abhorrent forces, and that is what my bill seeks to address. Mr Deputy Speaker, while I'm proud to be a Labour MP, this bill is not party political. The reality is that when one party is seen as behaving in a way that lacks integrity, this does not affect just them, it affects the reputation of politicians on all sides. In the context of the cost of living crisis and the flailing economy, some might describe attempts at political reform as somehow ethereal, but this misunderstands that our political and economic crises are two sides of the same coin. The failure to provide political stability has deterred the private sector investment that we need to supercharge economic growth. Taxpayers' money is being wasted in scandals as wide-ranging as Carillion, Greensill and PP procurement, precisely because the 7 principles of public life, commonly referred to as the Nolan Principles, of selflessness, honesty, integrity, leadership, objectivity, accountability and openness are not at the heart of public life. As such, my bill sets out proposals to address the current gaps in achieving these principles by defining what is needed to promote, adopt and regulate the expected standards of behaviours of MPs, ministers and councillors. My bill is as follows. Firstly, it puts the ministerial and members' codes of conduct onto a statutory footing, as well as introducing a national statutory code of conduct for local councillors. Secondly, my bill establishes a new Commissioner for Ministerial Standards, a fully independent office protected by statute. Thirdly, to mirror this arrangement for MPs, my bill proposes the Parliamentary Standards Commissioner's Office, which currently oversees the Code of Conduct for MPs, is also established as an independent statutory office. Finally, my bill seeks to establish a new Ethics Commission to review how our parliamentary system can develop to reflect the modern, inclusive, empowering democracy that we want to become in the 21st century and beyond. I want to take each of these measures in turn. On the Ministerial Code, my bill proposes that the code, including the 7 Nolan Principles, are put on the statute book. This would bring us into line with the code in Northern Ireland and add greater credibility and awareness of the code. This is a measure that has received cross-party support as well. Even the former Chancellor, George Osborne, told the leading podcast that it would be a great agenda to put the Ministerial Code on a statutory footing. I wholeheartedly agree, and this is what my bill tries to do. It's absolutely right that under this, the Nolan Principles, currently guiding principles, also become codified. Right Honourable and lay colleagues on the Standards Committee have stated that at present, though the independent advisor has not historically launched investigations into breaches of process or constitutional principle, neither the Code nor the advisor's terms of reference make this clear. My bill seeks to address this lack of clarity by empowering the new Commissioner on Ministerial Standards to be able to act independently from the Prime Minister and to be able to launch their own investigations into allegations of breaches of the code and all the Nolan principles. As an independent and statutory office, it will also be protected from the vagaries or displeasures of Prime Ministers. We have seen very recent and very prominent examples of decisions not to ask the current advisor on ministerial standards to conduct investigations made by the Prime Minister on the whims of the day. The fact in the last 4 years Parliament has seen 2 holders of this role resign also indicates the tensions regarding these decisions. I know that this is also something that enjoys deep and widespread support, including from the Institute for Government. Furthermore, to this, my bill proposes that the Parliamentary Commissioner for Standards should also become a statutory office, and that under their purview, in addition to investigating members for potential breaches of Code of Conduct rules, members could be investigated for serious and serial breaches of the Nolan principles. Paragraph 17 of the Members' Code expressly prohibits the Commissioner from investigating allegations solely about breaches of the 7 principles of public life. Reform to our politics also needs to extend to town halls across the country. We all know that from our constituencies that the vast majority of councillors works tirelessly trying to make a difference in their communities. But unfortunately, a minority use their positions for their own purposes and threaten our democracy as a result. My bill will also apply to local councillors who are often a member of the public's first contact with an elected official. If we rightly want to empower councils and communities to do more, and because, as US Congress Speaker Tip O'Neill once said, all politics is local, we must strengthen codes of conduct in local government. My bill proposes a standardised National Councillor Code of Conduct, which includes the Nolan principles and is accompanied by a statutory accountability system. And finally, I turn to how we address the issue that I raised at the beginning of my speech: the disengagement of people from the political process and the dangerous decline of our democracy. My bill proposes setting up an independent ethics commission of constitutional and legal experts to advise Parliament on system-wide reforms. The Ethics Commission would work alongside a Citizens' Assembly to come up with recommendations to restore confidence and rebuild engagement in our political system, securing our democratic future. So I urge members on all sides to support my bill to strengthen our standards in public life and to restore the public's trust in us as their elected representatives to this Parliament. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
This would be the opportunity for anybody who wishes to oppose the bill to indicate if they wish to do so. I've had no indication and I see none, so I'll pose the question. The question is that the Honourable Member have leave to bring in the bill. As may I say aye? Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Who will prepare and bring in the bill?
Kimberly Leadbeater, Caroline Lucas, Leila Moran, Dr. Dan Porter and myself, sir.
Abrahams.
Standards in Public Life, Codes of Conduct Bill.
Second reading what day?
26th of April, sir.
26th of April. Thank you very much. Point of order. Yasmin Qureshi.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Can I refer the members to my interest register as the chair of the All Parties Parliamentary Group on Dentistry and Oral Hygiene? Mr. Deputy Speaker, when launching the NHS Dentistry Recovery Plan exactly 6 weeks ago, the Secretary of State for Health and Social Care repeatedly assured the House that the plan was backed by £200 million of new funding. I quote, she said, "There is a 200 million on top of the 3 billion that we already spent on the NHS dentistry in England." She further added and made it very clear, and I quote, "This is additional money. I have prioritised dentistry across the board, but this is 200 million of additional money in addition to the 3 billion that we spend in England. So we were all rather surprised, therefore, to hear the Minister for Primary Care, the Honourable Member for South North Hampshire, explain to the Health and Social Care Committee yesterday that the plan to deal with the crisis in NHS dentistry was not, in fact, backed by any additional investment. In fact, she said, this is all coming out of the 3 billion that is currently so underspent, she explained. As these two statements stand in direct contradiction, I fear that either the Secretary of State for Health or the Minister may have inadvertently misled the House. As we celebrate World Oral Health Day, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'm hoping that you may be able to advise me on how we can seek clarity on this important issue and correct the record on the floor of the House.
Her point of order and her forward notice of it. She'll know that ministers are themselves responsible for the accuracy of what they say in the House, whether this is in the Chamber or before a select committee. Whilst this isn't a matter for the Chair, the Treasury bench will have heard her concerns, and if the Minister or Secretary of State think a correction is necessary, then I'm sure one will be forthcoming. Thank you very much. We're now coming on to the next business. The Clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Post Office, Horizon System, Offences Bill, second reading.
Now.
Minister to move second reading.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I beg to move that the bill be now read a second time. I am pleased to present the Post Office Horizon System Offences Bill for second reading today. The bill will quash the convictions of those affected by the Post Office Horizon scandal in England and Wales, one of the greatest miscarriages of justice in our nation's history. This legislation will clear the names of sub-postmasters whose lives were ruined because of the Horizon scandal, those wrongly convicted of or cautioned for offences of false accounting, theft and fraud, all because of a faulty IT system the Post Office had implemented. Instead of listening to whistleblowers like Alan Bates when they raised concerns, the Post Office viciously pursued them for the shortfalls. Some were suspended or dismissed. Hundreds were prosecuted, convicted and imprisoned. Others were harried as thieves by their local communities, and several were driven to suicide. The government can't turn back the clock or undo the damage that's been done. But we will seek to right the wrongs of the past as best as we can by restoring people's good names and ensuring that those subject to this tragic miscarriage of justice receive fair and full redress. This bill represents a crucial step in delivering that. I give way.
Minister for giving way, and the whole House does appreciate the efforts that are being made by the government to at last rectify this problem. But I appeal to the government to listen to the cross-party representations made from all sides in Northern Ireland, from all sides represented in this House, to all sides in Northern Ireland, including the First and Deputy First Ministers and the Justice Minister in Northern Ireland, who have appealed that the less than 30 people impacted by this in Northern Ireland, that they are at last included in this bill.
I thank the Honourable Member for his intervention. We are working very closely with the Northern Ireland Executive and the Government in Northern Ireland. We've carefully considered the territorial extent of each piece of legislation, and we are rigorous in our commitment to devolution, and he should be reassured about the amount of work that is taking place to make sure that we get this bill done properly in a way that is not going to have unintended consequences. But I thank him for the point which he has just made. This new legislation will quash all convictions which meet clear and objective conditions as laid out in the legislation. We recognise that postmasters have suffered too much for far too long, which is why convictions will be quashed automatically when the bill receives royal assent, removing the need for people to apply to have their conviction overturned. I'll give way to the Honourable Gentleman first.
Extremely grateful to my right honourable friend for giving way, and I understand entirely why this bill is necessary.
she will agree with me that it's very important that we do not, with it, set any precedent for the interference of this House in individual convictions unless there are exceptional circumstances such as these. That means this bill must be tightly drafted. So can I ask her, in relation to one of the conditions that she's mentioned, the last of them, condition E, it reads at the moment that at the time of the alleged offence, the Horizon system was being used for the purposes of the post office business. Can I simply ask why that isn't phrased differently to say that Horizon-based evidence was presented in the case against the person convicted? There is a material difference between those two things. I just seek to understand why she's chosen the formulation she has rather than the alternative.
I thank my right honourable friend for his intervention. He's referring to the final condition in the bill. He makes a good point, and it is something that we considered, but it would have likely required a case-by-case, file-by-file assessment of each prosecution, which would add a significant amount of time and complexity, which is what our solution avoids. One of the things that I have been very keen to emphasise is that speed and pace is critical. This has taken far longer than I would have wanted it to, and anything that would have impeded that and probably created complications, I have not gone down in terms of solutions. Yes.
Secretary of State for giving way, and let me put on record my thanks and commendation to the honourable friend, the member for Thursk and Moulton, for the way that he has approached the groundwork for this bill. Amongst those who are excluded from the scope of this bill are those who went to the Court of Appeal and lost their case, or were not given leave to appeal to the Court of Appeal. Now, what we now know would have been quite useful in many of those cases. So I wonder if she could reflect on whether we should be enlarging the scope of this bill to include those who did indeed lose their case at the Court of Appeal or were not given leave to appeal in the first place, because many of them may well be truly innocent.
I thank the right honourable gentleman for his point. This is something that we also considered very carefully, and this is part of the trade-off that we had to make in terms of doing something that is unprecedented, Parliament overturning convictions. We respect the Court of Appeal's judgment. It has gone to an appellate judge. We are willing to look at some of those cases individually just to make sure that there isn't something that has been missed. But the way that the bill has been drafted has been done in consultation with the CPS, with the judiciary. We want to make sure that we're bringing everyone with us, and where concerns like the ones that he's raised have been made, this is more or less the consensus which we think is going to get the bill done as quickly as possible and find redress. Yes.
I thank the Secretary of State, and I'll elaborate on this further when I speak, hopefully if I catch the speaker's eye. But there is data around already about the cases that the right honourable gentleman referred to, those that are outside the explicit Horizon case, but were attempting to get themselves exonerated on the basis of other data. And as far as I can see, they failed precisely because it was not the Horizon case. So I do ask her that before we come to report stage, she returns to this issue and looks to see whether we can solve that problem.
I thank my right honourable friend for that intervention. That is something that we can look at again at further stages of the bill. We understand the issue that honourable members are trying to resolve. We agree with them that we need to make sure that everybody who deserves justice gets justice, but we also have to be careful to make sure that we are not exonerating people who we know for a fact have actually committed crimes. Yes, I give way to my honourable friend.
I'm grateful to my right honourable friend for giving way, and also can I commend her work and the work of my right honourable friend for Thursk and Moulton in not only recognising the plight of the people who have suffered here, putting in place a compensation for their suffering, but also ensuring that these criminal convictions are expunged from their record. This is really important for them, so that they regain their standing within their communities. So many of these, as my right honourable friend rightly says, so many of these whistleblowers were failed by the current law, the Public Industry Disclosure Act. It's really vital that not only do we put that right, but that we have a good look at the law again. I know there's a framework review going on, and I've spoken to my honourable friend and my right honourable friend about what more more can be done. I've got a bill going through, a whistleblowing bill going through, which will really sort this problem out. It lands within the Department of Business and Trade. It's something that is within her gift to do. Would she support my private member's bill on Friday?
I would like to thank my honourable friend for all the work that she does chairing the APPG on whistleblowing. She is right that this is an issue that needs consideration, and we are going to look again at the whistleblowing framework. It's something that comes up in many respects time and time again. I won't comment yet on her private member's bill because I haven't seen it, but I thank her for all the work that she does on this issue, and I give way to the honourable gentleman.
Giving way. I welcome this bill and know that it's groundbreaking and possibly set some nerves off with the judiciary. But personally, I think the judiciary need to look at themselves, how they actually dealt with some of these cases. Bringing up the point that my right honourable friend from Birmingham Hodge Hill raised, is that there are a small number of these cases. Now, I understand perfectly why they're not within the scope of this bill, but we've got to get these cases looked at again because there is evidence that's come out at the Sir Win Williams inquiry which wasn't available at the time. So I think if you could give a commitment to at least sit down with the judiciary to look at these cases and emphasise the fact that there is new information and the fact that responsibility for some of this injustice has got to lie with the justice system.
I thank the honourable gentleman for his intervention. The courts dealt very swiftly with the cases before them, perhaps a bit too swiftly, which is why we saw so many miscarriages of justice, which the sub-postmaster suffered. And it is right that we make that exoneration as simple and quick as possible. So while my priority is doing this for the bulk of the people who have suffered, that doesn't mean that we will not be able to look at other scenarios later and see if we can find solutions where we genuinely believe that that there has been a miscarriage of justice. That is not for me to do at the dispatch box. It won't be up to ministers. There will be people, caseworkers, who are doing this, who will be carrying out this work. But we have to be careful to make sure that we are exonerating the right cohort.
I hear what the Minister says, Secretary of State says, but can I just say to her, there are a small number, they've got to be looked at, and can I ask her that she has the same zeal which her honourable friend for Erskine Malton's approach to this, because I think we just need a commitment not to get them sorted today, except you can't do that, the Secretary of State kind of, but if you could give some commitment just that the Department will look at these, I think that will send quite a strong message out to people.
The department can always do that. This is something which we believe is so critical in order to make sure that everybody gets the justice that they deserve, and we need to make sure that we carry out the process in such a way that everyone has confidence in it. So we can continue to look at cases and see if there are other solutions, but they will be, as he's rightly said, outside the scope of this bill. I give way to my right-hand defender.
I'm very grateful to the Secretary of State for giving way, and can I also pay tribute to the exceptional work of my honourable friend, the member for Thirsk and Malton, and the way which he's engaged in what is a sensitive issue, not least constitutionally. Would my right honourable friend accept that it is not ideal, under any circumstance, for this House to trespass upon the legitimate preserves of the independent courts? It should only do so under the most exceptional circumstances. There is a case that this is one of those. Perhaps we should also bear in mind we should be very wary of criticising, whilst we can legitimately criticise failings in the system, such as by disclosure, which is part of the criminal justice system, we should not get into the territory of impugning the individual decisions of judges made in good faith on the evidence properly before them. That's an important decision. Could I suggest perhaps one thing we could do to emphasise the exceptional nature of the bill will be to introduce a sunset clause, so that at an appropriate time, perhaps some way in the future, once those who need to be found and contacted have been able to come forward and have their convictions quashed, a bill which would have served its purpose would no longer be the constitutional anomaly that it might otherwise be, staying on the statute book indefinitely.
I'm very happy to consider a sunset clause. I think that he makes a very good point, and I really appreciate the fact that he can see the tightrope that we are walking in terms of getting justice for postmasters while not interfering with judicial independence, and I appreciate that. I give way to my right honourable friend.
I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend, and I think it is important that we do emphasise the wholly exceptional nature of this legislation, but we are dealing with wholly exceptional circumstances, we hope. The point about disclosure is one that I cannot make strongly enough, and we have to look again at presumptions we make about machines and their produce when it comes to criminal litigation. Can I just press my right honourable friend to reiterate the wholly exceptional nature of this legislation? When it comes to a sunset clause, I do think we need to be careful, because we don't want to end up frustrating the purpose of this bill, which is to deal with the hundreds of people who have just lost faith in the system and who might be difficult to track down and identify. So I think we should be cautious about a sunset clause. I'm not particularly in favour of that, but I do think we need to emphasise the exceptional nature of this legislation.
Honourable friend for his intervention, and I'm very happy to emphasise that, and I will do so again later on in my speech. I do enjoy it when we have two lawyers who have a disagreement on a particular point. I will be taking this as applications to join the Bill Committee as well. I will make some progress, Mr Deputy Speaker. The bill includes a duty on the government to take all reasonable steps to identify convictions that have been quashed. It also I will give way in a moment, if I could just make some progress. It also creates a duty to notify the original convicting court so that records can be updated and people's good names can be restored. Other records, such as police records, will be amended in response. The bill makes provision for records of cautions for relevant offences relating to this scandal to be deleted. While the financial redress scheme will be open to applicants throughout the UK, the bill's measures to overturn convictions will apply to England and Wales only. Yes, I'll give way.
On the Select Committee, we heard absolutely harrowing accounts from postmasters of what they'd gone through as a consequence of the Post Office's actions. But many of these took place many, many years ago. Can she be confident that the process of audit in future in an organisation such as the Post Office will identify what has happened at an earlier stage? And is she happy that legislation such as this should never come before this House ever again? This should not happen.
I believe this is something that the inquiry is actually looking at currently, the one that's being led by Sir Wyn Williams. It is important that the audit processes are working at the highest level and people are able to rely on them and have confidence in them. So I thank him for raising that point. On the point about territorial, on the point about, sorry? Okay. On this point about territorial coverage, as I said to the Honourable Gentleman earlier, my department will continue working closely with the Northern Ireland Executive and the Scottish Government to support their approaches to addressing the scandal, ensuring that every postmaster who has been affected, irrespective of where they are in the United Kingdom, receives the justice they deserve. And indeed, my colleague, the Minister for Postal Affairs, has already met Justice Ministers in the Scottish Government and Northern Ireland Executive to offer our support. I give way.
Secretary of State for giving way, and I respect that the Department are very keen to respect the devolved settlements in both Northern Ireland and Scotland, but can I stress to her that there is a political consensus in Northern Ireland and that ministers in the newly restored executive would welcome Parliament acting in this particular area. Due to the nature of devolution in Northern Ireland, we have to do a public consultation. So that under the best case scenario, we're looking to well into towards the end of this year before we can replicate legislation here in Westminster. And as this was a national scandal, it does require a national solution to avoid a situation of inequity, whereas some postmasters in parts of the UK are exonerated while others are still waiting.
I take the point that he makes very seriously. We do understand, but we want to make sure that we don't create any possible unintended consequences by legislating around devolved issues. So we're working hand in glove with the Northern Ireland Executive to make sure this can go as quickly as possible. We know that the numbers are much smaller, and I believe that the postmasters there have been identified. So he is right to raise this point, but I wanted to reassure him that we have every confidence that this is something which we will be able to get done at the same pace. Yes, I'll give it.
Very grateful to the Secretary of State. Could I maybe put the question in a slightly different way?
Her Honourable friend the Minister has set out an ambitious timetable for the passage of this law, the overturning of the convictions and the dispensation of compensation, possibly all done and dusted with hope and a following wind by the end of July. Could a similar timetable actually be a timetable she could commit to when it comes to the cases that are raised in Northern Ireland?
It is certainly something that we can encourage the executive to work to. I personally cannot make that commitment. It wouldn't solely be up to me. But I just want to reassure the House that this is something that we care about. We're not prioritising England and Wales because it's England and Wales. We're doing what we can as quickly as we possibly can, and to make sure that we don't create problems for later by rushing and not doing things properly. So I think that that is a good, ambitious target, but it wouldn't be up to me to make that commitment. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I am aware that the approach we are taking in this bill is a novel one, and with it, Parliament is taking a function usually reserved for the independent judiciary, as my right honourable friends, my right honourable and learned friends have made. But I am equally aware that the postmaster's long and punishing fight for justice must now be swiftly drawn to a close. The circumstances surrounding the scandal are wholly exceptional, and they demand an exceptional response from government. So I would like to take this opportunity to reassure the House that the introduction of this bill is in no way a reflection on the courts and judiciary who have dealt swiftly with the cases before them. I give way to my honourable friend.
I'm very grateful to the Secretary of State for giving way, and I'd like to commend both her and her team for bringing this forward. The sub-postmasters have faced a miscarriage of justice which has taken many people's breath away. I'm aware that this is specific and focused legislation, but is she aware that two constituents in South Ribble came to see me who had been Royal Mail customers and were describing very similar scenarios in terms of prosecutorial practice that the sub-postmasters were subject to? And would she perhaps consider expanding the scope of this to other people that may have been subject to poor treatment in the future?
I thank my honourable friend for her intervention. I can take a look specifically at the case that she raises. I think they might actually be covered by this bill. I would be wary of expanding the scope too broadly. The consensus that we have from CPS, from the judiciary and so on, has been achieved by being very, very tightly scoped in what the legislation is doing. But we do want to make sure that people who have been at the end of injustice can have those wrongs righted. So I'm very happy to look at the specific cases of her constituents. Yes, I give way.
I'm very grateful indeed. And I'm very clear that this bill is about correcting convictions that were made in error. But there are, of course, a number of employees, direct employees, that worked for the Post Office that were never convicted, but had their good name ruined, their careers destroyed, and have found it very, very difficult to gain employment because they were unable to get references from their previous employer. And indeed, probably the worst thing that happened to them is that in their communities, they've been identified as people that were perhaps stealing from pensioners or treating members of their community unfairly. This bill will do nothing for them. Could she outline what the Post Office is doing to contact those individuals that were disciplined by the Post Office and dismissed so that they too can have justice?
I thank my honourable friend for that question. He is right that many people had their reputations traduced because of what happened by the Horizon scandal. And where there have been shortfalls, for example, falsely made by the Post Office, which they had to pay, we have compensation schemes that are there to address those sorts of wrongs. But because this bill is specifically about overturning convictions, I know that this is something which will not be able to apply to them. But where they have suffered other damage, we do have compensation schemes which we hope will apply in those circumstances. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we have not taken the decision to legislate in this way lightly. Given the factually exceptional circumstances of the Horizon scandal, the number of postmasters involved, and the passage of time since the original convictions, it is right that the state now acts as quickly as possible. Any further delay would be adding further insult to injury for postmasters who have already endured what I believe is an arduous wait. Indeed, some have lost trust in the system and want no further engagement, and in many cases, the evidence they would need to clear their names no longer exists. But I must make 2 points clear to the House. First, it is that the government's position is that it will be Parliament and not the government that is overturning the convictions. So there will be no intrusion by the executive into the proper role of the judiciary. And second, this legislation does not set any kind of precedent for the future. It recognises that an extraordinary response has been necessitated by an extraordinary miscarriage of justice. Upon this legislation receiving royal assent, no further action is required by the victims of this scandal in order to have their convictions quashed. The government will take all reasonable steps to notify the relevant individuals and direct them to the route for applying for compensation. Further details of this process will be set out in due course. Yes.
The Secretary of State has been characteristically generous. So the evidence that the Select Committee heard was that many people who were seeking compensation for the injustice they suffered found it very complicated and very confusing to understand the range of case law that was required in order to put in particular kinds of claims, so for example, the loss of reputation. When she triggers that notification set of clauses in the bill, would she reflect on something she could add to that, which is a tariff to help people put in claims for the right kind of compensation? Because what none of us would want to do now, having overturned the convictions, is to then let people get shortchanged on the compensation. Providing that standardised tariff could cut through so much of the complexity and help people get what they're due.
I thank the Right Honourable Gentleman. I know that this is a recommendation from his report. It is something that we are actively looking at and considering. As the bill progresses through the House, there will be many suggestions which we will be able to look at and see if it can be improved in any way. But we must make sure that we do so in such a way that it doesn't jeopardise any of the objectives of the bill, any of them at all. So the government, as I was saying, the government will take all reasonable steps to notify the relevant individuals and direct them to the route for applying for compensation. Further details will be set out in due course, and there will be a process for anyone to come forward where their convictions meet the criteria or where we've been unable to identify them. The new primary legislation will be followed by a route to rapid financial redress on a similar basis to the overturned conviction scheme, which is currently administered by the Post Office. So we do not need provisions in the bill to deliver that scheme. My department, and not the Post Office, will be responsible for the delivery of redress related to the quashing of these convictions. The Minister for Postal Affairs will return to the House at a later date to provide details on how we intend to deliver that redress. It goes without saying, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Yes, sure.
I welcome the changes that have been made in the compensation. I think some of the proposals, for example, on the fixed sums, are going to make a lot of cases very easier to sort out. I don't feel comfortable having the post anywhere near this, frankly, and neither do the sub-postmasters. So I would ask if she could think about a system of compensation which perhaps cuts out the Post Office, because there's no trust there amongst these sub-postmasters. And frankly, do I have any faith personally in the Post Office? No, I don't.
I thank the Honourable Gentleman. This is one of the reasons why it's my department that's going to be looking after the redress that's being delivered by this scheme. Yes.
I was just going to reinforce the point made by the Honourable Gentleman, or Right Honourable Gentleman, because there are cases now writing to me this week about the current handling of their cases by the Post Office and the Post Office lawyers, which is frankly barbaric. They need to be taken out of it.
I'd like to reassure my right honourable friend that this is something that I am looking at in great detail. The Post Office has clearly been an organisation that has been dysfunctional for a very long time, and this is one of the reasons why I've been actively taking steps to look at the management and actually the processes which are in place, which, to be quite frank, and which he rightly says, many of the sub-postmasters have lost faith in. And it goes without saying, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that work to offer prompt financial redress alongside this bill continues. As of the 1st of March, 102 convictions had been overturned through the courts. Of these 102 cases, 45 people had claimed full and final redress, of which 35 had reached settlement. And the Post Office has paid out financial redress totalling £38 million to postmasters with overturned convictions. Under the Horizon Shortfall Scheme, again as of the 1st of March, 2,864 eligible claims had been submitted, the vast majority of which had been settled by the Post Office. £102 million has been paid out in financial redress, including full and final settlements and interim payments. Finally, under the group litigation order scheme, working from the same date, 132 claims had been submitted and 110 claims had been settled by my department. £34 million has been paid out in financial redress, including full and final settlements and interim payments. Officials in my department are working hard to get these cases settled quickly, and we've made offers within 40 working days in response to 87% of complete claims. So, in summary, Mr. Deputy Speaker, this bill amounts to an exceptional response to a scandal which was wholly exceptional in nature, a scandal which has shaken the nation's faith in the core principles of fairness which underpin our legal system. We recognise the constitutional sensitivity and unprecedented nature of this legislation, but I believe that it is essential for us to rise to the scale of the challenge. The hundreds of postmasters caught up in this scandal deserve nothing less. Of course, no amount of legislation can fully restore what the Post Office so cruelly took from them. But I hope this legislation at least begins to offer the closure and justice postmasters have so bravely campaigned for over many years, and that it affords them the ability to rebuild their lives. For this reason, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I commend the bill to the House.
Yeah. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Jonathan Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I am pleased to be at the dispatch box today to welcome this bill. In doing so, I candidly recognise the difficult legal and constitutional position it represents. But I will outline why I believe it is required and the exceptional nature and caveats we should all recognise at this second reading. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Horizon scandal is quite simply one of the most egregious miscarriages of justice in British history. Something that robbed people of their lives, their liberty and their livelihoods. As we now know, driven by a misguided belief that technology was infallible and workers dishonest, the Post Office prosecuted innocent people. These were the very people the Post Office should have had the most faith in, those who delivered vital services in all of our communities. Those prosecutions caused unimaginable pain and suffering which no amount of compensation can ever alleviate. But to add insult to injury, the journey to justice for those sub-postmasters has been mired in a great many delays and barriers. And we know some of the people affected have tragically passed away before ever having had the chance to see justice. So this bill today, freeing hundreds of innocent people of their wrongful convictions, affords us the chance to make a huge stride in righting the wrongs of the past. And that's why Labour will give it our support. However, this must just be one of several steps still to come if amends are ever to be made for this most insidious of injustices. The convictions must be overturned, compensation must be delivered at pace, and justice must be sought from the independent inquiry. And we must recognise today for what it is, a victory for the sub-postmasters. To have the strength of character to lose everything and then to get back up and fight is truly humbling. And the recognition and the admiration these people have earned is absolutely right. Nevertheless, members across the House will be acutely aware of the unprecedented nature of this legislative action. We all recognise that we shouldn't have needed to have had to got to this point. So it is important today in this debate to explain why we are taking this step, why we believe this is an exceptional case, and why, therefore, this should never be repeated in future. And I hope in this speech to do that. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I would also like to begin my remarks today by recognising the work of the many people who have gotten us to this landmark occasion. Firstly, I don't think any member could deny that we would not be here today pursuing this particular route if it hadn't been for the recent ITV drama, Mr. Bates versus the Post Office. While the Horizon Post Office failure is a scandal to which this House has been responding for some time, the drama brought the story to a wider audience and it reinvigorated the campaign. It is a powerful reminder of the way that art and culture can be used to tackle injustice and to raise public awareness. And I would like to thank everyone who was involved in that project, including my own constituent, Julie Hesmondhalgh. Secondly, I want to pay tribute to the Right Honourable Member, my right honourable friend for North Durham, as well as Lord Arbuthnot in the other place, and all of those colleagues who championed constituency cases from the beginning, because their tireless campaigning has been instrumental to getting us to today. And thirdly, I want to recognise the attention that the Postal Affairs Minister has given this matter and the progress he has been able to achieve so far. And I'd like to thank him for working cross-party on the design of this legislation and for keeping myself and the member for Birmingham Ladywood regularly updated. Alongside that, I do just notice the member for Sutton and Cheam in his place. I also believe he was the one to get first to grips with the scandal in the way that was required. And as he is leaving this place in the coming months, I hope he will take a sense of pride from the work he has done on that, and thank him very much for that. However, today must be a moment where, above all else, the credit and recognition goes to the sub-postmasters and their courageous search for justice. They have been unrelenting and undeterred, and we owe them a great deal. To be jailed or bankrupted because of faulty IT and have no one believe your character mattered more than numbers on a spreadsheet is why this scandal has struck such a nerve with the public. And without the bravery of the sub-postmasters, we might never have known this injustice took place. It's worth taking a moment, I think, just to reflect on that. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the bill before us will overturn 690 cases that were prosecuted by the Post Office and the CPS. And we all know that this bill today is a vital step forward in the course for justice for them. But we also all recognise that doing this undermines one of the fundamental principles of our democracy, which is the separation of the judiciary and the legislature. And overruling the courts like this could set an incredibly dangerous precedent, and one which I hope we will never use again. In an era of ever-creeping populism, there is a real threat that the well-intentioned actions we take today could be abused in future for completely unwarranted purposes. Of course, I'll give way on that point.
Can I concur with his statement in terms of the separation of powers? But does he also agree with me that it is time for the courts and the judicial system to reflect on their role in this scandal and why they didn't, raise red flags when they should have done? And frankly, knowing some of the cases I do, when the right honourable member for Bromley said not to criticise individual judges, some of them acted in a way that frankly did not reflect the best of our judiciary.
I think that's a powerful contribution from my honourable friend, and I think there are many things that go beyond the legislation and the independent inquiry that we're looking at today and at the moment that reflect not just the role and the experience our constituents have had in the legal system. I think also how government functions, how executive agencies function, the evidence that's given to ministers and the accountability that we seek from them. And a great deal has to change and come out of this, and I understand the point that he's making. I'll give way to the honourable member as well, thank you.
And he's being very generous with his time. Would he agree also that it's not only a look at how lawyers have handled this, but more importantly, the people who produced the evidence in the first place to persuade prosecutions? And I hope very much that he will agree with me that lessons need to be learnt by the people who just blindly said these people are probably guilty and built up a case around it, and as we are finding, that isn't the case.
Powerful points from my honourable member, and I think that doesn't just reflect the nature of the evidence that was given. I think one of his honourable friends has already made the point about the role of technological, computer-based evidence in the legal process. Also, to be frank, the approach of the Post Office in terms of the data as they saw it and what they clearly believed to be, I assume to be, a way to unveil wrongdoing rather than questioning. A lot of people, I think most of our constituents ask how could we go from 5 or 6 convictions a year to 50 or 60 without that being raised in some way, and yet clearly that powers that be at the time thought that was revealing wrongdoing rather than necessarily revealing something going wrong. But Mr. Deputy Speaker, I think we can see from the contributions we've already had that all members who are participating in today's debate and who will participate in the bill's future stages are mindful that what they are saying and what we are saying here today is not only very important, but it might be referenced in future considerations. So in that vein, let me clearly state that while far from ideal, I do believe this legislation to be the only option on the table for us for resolving this horrible injustice, but let me further state that any incoming Labour government would never use this kind of action again. There are very exceptional circumstances to this case that make it unique, rather than at a moment to set a precedent for handling any future injustices. The Post Office Horizon scandal took place over decades, and there is at least a decade's worth of investigations that demonstrate the falsehoods behind many of the convictions made against sub-postmasters. Now, that is a bank of evidence that will only grow from the independent inquiry led by Sir Wyn Williams. The challenge to righting this wrong, therefore, is not a lack of clear evidence, but a sheer volume of cases that is overwhelming the appropriate route to justice through the Court of Appeal. Now, I do lament that our justice system is under such strain, and it would be remiss of me to not point out that perhaps a better serviced Criminal Cases Review Commission could have maybe avoided the extraordinary step we must now take. In addition, we must also recognise that there are a cohort, however, of sub-postmasters with convictions who quite understandably are reticent to take part in another process in a criminal justice system that so badly failed them the first time around. So for the purposes of historical record, I believe that a very important qualification for taking this step is the scale of the cross-party support this legislation is attracting today. Now, this is a point I've raised with the Minister before, and I do believe this to be an essential safeguard. Of course I'll give way to the Minister.
Very good. Can I thank him for the cross-party approach he's taken, the collaborative approach. Really has stepped us forward significantly. And I recognise the points he makes in terms of the scale of the problem here, which is why we have to act in this way, which is probably the least worst option in terms of how we deal with this. Can I just push back gently a little bit in terms of his point that was raised that we've only started to act significantly since the TV drama? Of course, we welcome the public outcry that's come as a result of that drama, the new attention that's been focused on this issue, and the 1,200 new claimants that have stepped forward. We welcome all those things. But it's pushback because I think it's important that public out there know we were acting prior to this. We did implement the shortfall scheme back in 2020. We implemented the inquiry back in 2020, GLO scheme in 2021. The Rising Compensation Advisory Board we put in place early in 2023. The fixed sum awards of £600,000 of autumn of last year. The overturned convictions, exploring of different ways we could do this on a mass basis. All these things were in play. The compensation bill in December last year that we both spoke in, I think. So much work has been undertaken, but nevertheless, we very much welcome the new impetus that we've all got from the attention that the drama series has brought about.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I'm always keen to hear from the Minister. I thought I was very fair in pointing that out in the introductory remarks. I simply make the point that the nature of a piece of legislation like this, the constitutional significance of a piece of legislation like this, requires a level of public consent. And I don't think the statement the Prime Minister made in January, just after Prime Minister's questions, would have been possible without the sheer breakthrough in that public consent and demand for change, demand for justice that had come through that. But I do always be fair to the government's ministers, and I do point out, even to some of their critics, that of course we had the legislation that colleagues had worked on. There was less interest certainly in some of that in the chamber before we had the television programme. It is fair to say, but I do point that out. But we had the impasse, let's be frank, we had the impasse of people not wanting to go back to the process of, I think the estimate we had at the time was 10 to 15 years before, and that is what's brought us to that. And I think we've got to recognise that, as well as also paying tribute to that role that arts and culture can play in bringing it to that audience, and that is something I think we should welcome. Mr Deputy Speaker, finally, I do want to make clear, and I think I speak for everyone in the chamber today when I say in no way does anyone take what we're proposing to do today lightly. This action is unprecedented, and we should make every effort possible to ensure it never has to be considered again in future. Now, of course, I'll give way to another member.
The point that was raised with the Secretary of State, I mean, this is not quite a total first precedent on this. I mean, there have been cases relating to people who were shot in the First World War for cowardice and they've been being exonerated after the event and so on. So does he agree with the notion that we should put a sunset clause on this to make sure it is no precedent for anything?
grateful to him for his contribution. I think when you look at the precedents, it is interesting to look at there is clearly a legal difference between quashing a conviction and a pardon, after an event has taken place, which is usually more of the precedent that we are familiar with. I'm receptive to what colleagues are saying from a judicial point of view, from a safeguarding point of view, about a sunset clause. Clearly, we want to capture as many people as possible that are deserving of this quashing of their convictions. I'm sure when we get to the report stage, the committee stage, which I assume will be on the floor of the whole House, there'll be an attempt, I think, to do that, and I'll give way to the honourable member.
I'm grateful to the Shadow Minister for giving way. Is not the point about a sunset clause this? None of us knows what is around the corner, what the future is going to hold. And it is eminently possible that once this legislation has expired, that the law of sod dictates that somebody somewhere will come up with a case that requires to be dealt with. It really would serve no useful purpose other than smoothing a few ruffled judicial legal feathers.
I can hear what the honourable member is saying. We don't want to commit the committee stage at this stage at second reading, but I think there is necessarily. I think what we're hearing here is the necessity of ensuring that if there are, and there will be, cases that fall beyond the specific circumstances, and to be fair to the government, I can understand why the drafting of this legislation has had to address this particular cohort in this way for the simplicity and straightforwardness of doing so. There will be a need to make sure other cases can still be identified. Now, on the numbers, some of that I think could be done in that way. But as I say, I think we'll have time to explore this at this stage. Now, I'll give way to them for North Antrim.
On the issue of consent, and he's absolutely right to point out that all sides of the House have consented to this, and that's what makes law change flow much easier. There's been a lot of goodwill expressed about Northern Ireland and about increasing the territorial extent of this matter. But of course that goodwill doesn't, as someone else in this House often says, doesn't butter the parsnips. The fact of the matter is we need to make sure that Northern Ireland is ultimately included in this. And I would appeal to the opposition spokesman that to support, if a motion were to come forward to instruct the House to extend this bill to cover Northern Ireland, would the opposition support such a motion so that those fine words and goodwill are turned into strong action?
Grateful to the honourable member for that contribution. I'm going to say something specifically about the territorial extent of the bill. That the straightforward answer is yes. I think there are circumstances here that we should listen to. I hope he won't mind me saying when all the political parties in Northern Ireland are in agreement on something, it is usually worth listening and understanding why that might be the case. But I'll address specifically how we might deal with that in a later part of these remarks. But of course, I can wait to my select committee, Chair.
Very, very grateful to the Shadow Secretary of State who's made a brilliant speech this afternoon. Would he agree that we might want to reflect on measures to de-risk the speed of actually paying compensation? Because it's important that we overturn convictions, but it is also right that we accelerate compensation too. And just because the department is running the scheme is not necessarily a guarantee that payments will flow quickly. The Select Committee has crunched the data on the GLO scheme this morning, and unfortunately it would appear that on the GLO scheme 14% of offers have taken over 14 days, 4% have taken over 80 days, and 2% have taken over 100 days. So we obviously need to get the measures right, and there are lots of issues at play, but de-risking the speed of compensation probably sounds like something that we should reflect on.
Well, I thank him very much for that and for all the work the Select Committee has been able to do to assist this process. I think he's absolutely right to say the passing of this bill is one thing, but what everyone wants to see is that as the route to speedy compensation as soon as possible. I do, again, welcome some of the changes we've seen where we have the option, for instance, the £600,000 upfront payment that is available to people as a way of getting through some of the complexity of the cases. And I know when the Select Committee published its report, it looked at the recommendation that, including in the bill, we could possibly look at deadlines for the government to pay the compensation. I think we've since had some quite useful information that we all share a concern that any binding limits might actually limit some of the most complex cases in a way that none of us would want to see. So look, I would therefore, just one moment, I would therefore say I think perhaps the right way forward, I don't know whether the Postal Affairs Minister could say something in his closing remarks, perhaps an undertaking about how the government might be able to do that, to reflect on this point that everyone here will want to be able to say we care and have pushed forward the need for compensation payments to flow smoothly. I'll give way again to my honourable friend.
Yeah, I've got to say to the Shadow Minister, my good friend, is that this is where I depart with the Select Committee, because the Advisory Board has been very clear that what we need to do is make the system simple and fair to the government. They have listened in terms of the lump sum payments, and what we need to try and do is try and get those, say, simple cases, they are out of the system, to concentrate on some of those complex cases. Having known the nature of some of those cases, they are going to be complex, and that's not just, I think, the government saying that, or the Advisory Board. If you talk to some of the lawyers that are putting cases in, there's a lot of work to be done on those cases. They're not straightforward, they will take time, and if you put an arbitrary deadline on them, I think that will perhaps lead to those cases not being properly addressed, because some of these cases be larger than 600,000, for example. So I think, although it's perhaps a good idea to try and speed it up, I think some of the steps have already been taken by the government will speed the system up.
I thank him for that, and the work the Advisory Committee has done on all of this has been extremely invaluable, and it is very much appreciated. I think, as I say, we all accept the point that for a number of the cases who I think we all envisage may see compensation payments well in excess of the £600,000 because of the scale of the loss and the complexity, no one would want or seek to do anything that would prevent those concluding in the way that is necessary. And I simply ask the Minister, when he responds, to maybe reflect on how the government can give assurances on the best way to do that. Furthermore, I just also want to come back to the issue from colleagues from Northern Ireland about the territorial extent of the provisions of this bill, and the desire to overturn the convictions of what is a very small number of affected sub-postmasters, significant but small number of sub-postmasters in Northern Ireland who would obviously otherwise fall beyond the scope of this legislation. I can tell colleagues the Labour Party does support those calls. I understand this would be a complex constitutional undertaking, but as I say, given every party in Northern Ireland and every minister, I believe, in the new Assembly are calling for the inclusion in this bill, I think we have to recognise that, and I'll just give way to my colleague from Scotland.
Very grateful to the Shadow Minister for giving way. That also the Scottish Government has asked, specifically, because it's an unusual case, the Scottish Government has asked that this legislation also takes in Scotland. I understand the Labour Party supports that position too. We've not really heard any rational reason as to why Scotland and Northern Ireland are being excluded from this bill, have we?
My honourable friend won't mind me slightly teasing him for a call for unionism from the Scottish National Party, but I think he will understand. Just on this issue. The issue I understand is the Scottish judiciary do not support inclusion. Members will be able to speak. I can't speak for every part of the judiciary in the UK, but I believe that is the issue. Of course, the nature of the very almost distinct legal system in Scotland is a key part of that, whereas in Northern Ireland I think is slightly more complicated. Of course, I'll give way to.
I fear, in fact, the issue is not so much with the Scottish judiciary as with the prosecuting authorities, given the remarks that are already on the record from the Lord Advocate. If I may offer to the Honourable Gentleman for Glasgow South, through the Shadow Minister, a rational reason, it is about political accountability. The lines of political accountability lie through the Scottish Parliament and through Crown Office. There are good and compelling reasons about delay as to why we might make an exception for Northern Ireland, particularly in relation to the requirement for a full public consultation. These arguments do not apply in Scotland.
I hear what the Honourable Member is saying. I do think, in terms of what I foresee as being possible, I do think it is reasonable to see the extent extended to Northern Ireland in a way I don't think, given the position of a lot of colleagues in Scotland, extension to Scotland without the Scottish Parliament and the Scottish Judiciary wanting to be part of that is the thing. I'll give way to the Honourable Member.
I thank the Honourable Member for giving way, and he's making a very powerful speech. And the most powerful part of your speech, I thought, was whenever you referred to, or when the Honourable Member referred to the sub-postmasters and the impact that this has had on their lives. The 28 or so in Northern Ireland have experienced the same turmoil as those here in GB, and we really thank the Shadow Secretary of State for his endorsement of including Northern Ireland in the legislation, and we would make that further call today that is done. So, thank you.
Grateful to the Honourable Member for those words. I know colleagues from Northern Ireland are keen to possibly bring a motion or an amendment in order to be able to do so. I just wonder if I could ask government ministers to maybe reflect on the scale of the political support that we have seen, that we are seeing, and maybe take this issue away for further consideration before we do get to the committee stage, so that the justice can be brought to those, I believe, 27 sub-postmasters in Northern Ireland. Mr Deputy Speaker, I want to conclude by saying for many people who watched the ITV adaptation of the Horizon scandal in January, it will have been hard to believe that the ongoing tragedy was not a work of fiction. So egregious and pernicious have the impacts been on people's lives. But it was not a TV show. It is very real, and of course it has had very real-world impacts. And lessons must be learned, and justice must be served. In the weeks after the drama, I believe attention sadly had to be turned away from the sub-postmasters and their needs, and the conversation became much more about the soap opera that has been seemingly ongoing with the management of the post office. But addressing that, whilst clearly demanding serious attention, should not take away from the priority today of providing the sub-postmasters with justice. So it is welcome that we have returned to this core issue today, and that is why Labour will support today's legislation. It is right that innocent people have their convictions overturned, not just so they can begin to turn the page on this scandal, but so we can ensure that it leads to the quick access to compensation everybody rightly deserves. Not every story here will finish with a happy ending. Some people, as we know, did not live to see today, and others have lost so much their lives will never be able to be put right. But the actions we can take here today, in this place, can now go at least some way to ensuring that the next chapter written in this story of the sub-postmasters will be their own and based on the principles of justice and fair treatment that everyone so obviously wants to see. Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Sir David Davis.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. I hope the Secretary of State will not take it amiss and understand I made no criticism of her or her Minister of State, or indeed her Minister of State's predecessor, when I say that this bill represents the best of a bad job. There's a difficult, and everybody said it already, a difficult trade-off between natural justice and a fast and low-stress solution for the postmasters, and that's what this bill is attempting to achieve. That being said, it's not the way I would have done it. It's not what I would have proposed. The courts should and could have considered all the cases in which the convictions were based on Horizon evidence in one set of proceedings. It would have been perfectly possible to take, and I took advice on this, I took quite senior legal advice on this, it would have been perfectly possible to take 3 or more former Supreme Court justices out of retirement, give them a courtroom and task them to deal with this in 3 months. They could have bracketed very similar cases together, there would have been hundreds in those categories, and then they could have focused on the ones which were really difficult. Regrettably, it's rumoured that the judiciary themselves rebuffed this course of action, which I have to say I think they were unwise and plain wrong to do. As the Right Honourable Gentleman, Member for Durham North, pointed out, they have a responsibility in this too. So even so, so that's why we've gone the route we've gone, and I have every sympathy with the government ministers in what they're trying to do here. Even so, the bill as it stands still risks lumping genuinely innocent majority with a very, very small, potentially guilty minority of this. Each of the difficult cases could have been dealt with on the individual merits rather than abandoning due process in the rush to bring this disgraceful episode to a close. Now, we got into this situation by failing to follow proper processes, and I'm wary that the government is again, almost by default, failing to follow proper processes to extricate itself from this historic mess. Nevertheless, despite my misgivings, I won't stand in the way of this because it will serve the vast majority of postmasters and securing justice for them, and for that reason I will support the bill. However, it's not to say the legislation won't continue to create problems of its own. And I'd recommend to the whole House that before we get to the report stage, they look and read some of the early reports from 2013. Now, I've got one here, the Detica report written by BAE Systems, and I think everybody should read that, because it's a 6-month review of the 2013 Post Office's fraud and non-compliance issues. It paints a picture of complete chaos in the accounting systems of the Post Office. Yeah. Not just Horizon, all of the accounting systems. Yeah. Over a decade ago, they knew, and I quote, "Post Office systems are not fit for purpose in a modern retail and financial environment." Note the word systems, plural, not just Horizon. And they then go on to say, ATM accounting, cash point accounting, for example, was clearly flawed. The study states that, quotes, "Removing ATMs reduces the risk of SPMR being suspended." By SPMR they mean some postmasters, and by suspended I'm afraid they mean persecuted, because that was the outcome. And that wasn't Horizon related. Now, why does that matter? Because dozens have come forward raising concerns over a second eye system used by the Post Office called Capture. Again, documents show that Capture was known by the Post Office to have issues early on. One has to say the culture of denial over the decades in the Post Office is really, truly extraordinary. And this bill will exclude people who have already had their appeal cases heard and rejected. Now, these rejections may well have occurred because the evidence that the appeals were based on was not Horizon evidence, but something else, some other failure of the accounting systems. And so I think we have to be very careful when we pass this bill, not to give up at this point, but to look and see that we can also absolve people who are not guilty because of the wholesale chaos that existed inside this department. I give way to probably the best informed man in the House on this matter.
Right honourable members make a very good point. The Post Office main accounts would have had debtors saying they were owed money.
Could the honourable member face, please, the chamber, because the difficulty of picking up his voice. For hands.
My apologies. The honourable members make a very good point. The Post Office main accounts would have had debtors which said that these innocent sub-postmasters owed the corporate accounts of the Post Office what we now know is tens of millions of pounds. But of course they were wrong. They were fictitious. They weren't owed that money. So the point I'm trying to make is, will we ever get to the bottom and restate the Post Office's accounts throughout the 2010 periods, which must have been materially wrong year after year?
My honourable friend, who's got more experience of this than anybody, reinforces my point, really. I mean, frankly, if I had a magic wand in this, I would force the Post Office to re-audit every set of accounts right back through 20 years and then give back the money. But that's not going to happen. And anyway, it would take forever, and this thing would drag on forever. And we know the stress that this is causing on postmasters even today. But the point I'm worried about here is that we may feel at the end of this we have solved the problem. And yet there will be a few, and I'm only talking maybe dozens or hundreds, not thousands, there will be some who will be left not absolved, not exonerated, who deserve to be exonerated. And that's the risk of the approach we're taking. So I think we have to look at this, and it may not be resolvable through... I will give way, yes.
I'm grateful to my right honourable friend for giving way on that point. Given his line of argument, does he have reflections on whether we should be including within the scope of this bill those who did go to the Court of Appeal initially but lost, or those who were not given leave to appeal, on the basis that we simply didn't know then what we know now? A handful of cases, maybe under 40, but should we be providing for them in this bill rather than excluding them?
Those are precisely the cases I'm focusing on. Those are the most obvious ones. There may be others we don't know about, but those are the most obvious ones. And I do think that. But if I had my way, again, if I had a magic wand in this, I would use my mechanism I talked about before, unretire a few Supreme Court justices and say, these are more complicated. These require a bit more insight. These you can't deal with en bloc. Will you please reconsider them? You know? Because on the one hand, I want to exonerate people who are truly innocent, but on the other hand, I still get postmasters calling me up and saying, whatever you do, don't exonerate the guilty. So it seems to me the best way to do this is a judicial or quasi-judicial route over and above what we're doing here. But no doubt we will debate this at some length in report stage. Now, so that's one point I'll make, but I'm still going to support this bill because at the end of the day, it's the difficult compromise the government has found. Talking to everybody, including the Right Honourable Member for North Durham, who's not here for the minute, and taking all the expert advice, and they've got to where they are. And it's necessary, because I had a telephone call just the other day, in fact, actually it's just yesterday, to a victim of the scandal. I mentioned it in my earlier intervention, who's well, I may as well name her. Her name is Janet Skinner. She's not my constituent, but she called me anyway. And she just told me in terms that she's still going through, 15 years later, she's still going through misery. The post office is still, despite having promised me they wouldn't do it, the post office is still putting her through the sort of inquisition, really, demanding documents from her from 15 years ago, during which time she's been in prison, right? And had to sell her house, so probably got no documents anyway. You can just think of the disruption of that. Documents that they themselves will have somewhere, or if they don't have, they ought to have. And that's still going on. This barbaric mindset on the part of the post office, frankly, a sickeningly inadequate and self-absorbed post office management. We've seen them giving evidence in front of the Right Honourable Gentleman's committee. So this problem is there, and we have to get this underway as fast as possible. So the Minister and I, by the way, I pay enormous credit to both of the junior ministers who dealt with this. I think both of them were formidably good at their job at a time when, frankly, the whole system was, the whole Whitehall system, the whole post office system was desperately trying to ignore it. They really did a heroic job of dragging this back up the priority list. So, he needs to be able to release, as it were, to get back to solve that problem and to force the post office, or to force somebody else in place of the post office. The Right Honourable Member for North Durham's point, really, to force somebody else in place of the post office to put this right quickly, easily, gracefully, and to minimum stress of the postmasters. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Marion Fellows.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I have been listening intently to everything that's been said today. I think I'd like to reflect on the number of times I've stood here and talked about the Horizon business, and I don't want to repeat my remarks, but I agree with the Honourable Gentleman, the member for Stalybridge and Hyde, and everything that he said, and what has always been repeated in this chamber many, many times. And we're coming close to a point now where we may indeed see a movement towards justice for sub-postmasters. And an exoneration bill is vital in that way forward. And I am deeply, deeply disappointed that Scotland has been left off this bill. I have been working hard with the Honourable Member for I've forgotten his constituency, but I've had many meetings with Northern Ireland MPs on this, many of them from all parties, and I think if Northern Ireland is to be included in this bill, I can see absolutely no reason why Scotland can't be too.
And particularly the Northern Irish members on this matter, but certainly, Northern Ireland is a very special case of its own anyway, for reasons we all know. Is there a reason why the Scottish Parliament, the Scottish Government, couldn't simply replicate this bill and carry it through?
Right Honourable Gentleman for his intervention. There is absolutely no reason, and they are indeed prepared to do that, and there is ongoing work in this case, but it will mean that Scottish victims will have to wait longer for exoneration. Okay.
The Scottish Parliament has provisions in its own standing orders for emergency procedures, just as we have. It would be open to them to do it in 3 days if they chose to.
Yes. I thank the right honourable gentleman for his intervention. I am being surrounded by lawyerly people, and I am not a lawyer. In fact, I sat in a room with... Oh, I beg...
Well, not guilty of that, anyway.
Not proven. I sat in a room last night at a briefing where I was surrounded by lawyers, and even the lawyers were agreeing they couldn't agree on the right way forward. So, you know... And as for what the right honourable gentleman from Orkney and Shetland said, he's absolutely correct, and the Scottish Government will do that. But they can't do it until they see actually what happens in this bill, yes. And to see this bill into enactment and to take into consideration all of the amendments that might be necessary for Northern Ireland as well. So that will delay, and yes, they will and can. And I can't say they will because I'm not a member of the Scottish Parliament nor the Scottish Government, but it is possible for the Scottish Parliament to pass a bill, an act in the 3 days and have it aligned. But it must be aligned with the exoneration bill here, because otherwise Scottish victims are not being treated equitably and fairly. And my issue today is, on the 10th of January, the Minister spoke in this place and spoke to the Honourable Member for Edinburgh West, I believe, and said he saw no reason at that point as to why there could not be UK legislation. At an inter-ministerial standing committee on the 12th of March, and the Secretary of State, now I'm sorry, I have to read this title in full. The Honourable Secretary of State for Levelling Up Housing and Communities actually said that he saw no reason why this couldn't happen, and yet a few days after that the bill arrived in Scotland with no mention of Scotland at all. And it's the Scottish Government's belief that the bill could be amended to take into consideration the differences in legal terms. For example, there'd have to be a line on embezzlement, and there would have to be different measures, different amendments made to make it apply in Scotland, and covering all the different crimes, if you like. Well, not crimes, because the sub-postmasters did nothing wrong, but it could actually clear the decks for all the things they were charged with and convicted for. So it's all very possible, and it's the timing issue, and it's okay, you'll wait, and yes, but you'll have to wait longer. And in this House and in this place, and right across the work I've done over the past few years on post offices, there has always been agreement, cross-party agreement, to get things sorted out for the victims. And I think, as the Honourable Gentleman for Stalybridge and Hyde said, this is the point of this whole thing. It's about the victims. And it's about what's happened since Mr Bates versus the Post Office was released. And I sat with my daughter-in-law, herself a lawyer. I don't hold that against her. And she kept saying to me, "Is this true, Marion? Is this true?" And I had to say, yes, it was. The Minister wants to intervene, yes.
Thank you once again for all the work she does. And as I said to her on a number of occasions, our officials are working on a weekly basis, and I've met with my counterparts in Scotland about this particular issue. I do think, clearly, she will acknowledge this Parliament is taking a political risk doing what it's doing. This is unprecedented and unpopular in some quarters. Does she not accept, as politicians, at times we have to stand up ourselves and take that responsibility and accountability, just in the way the Right Honourable Member for Shetland and Orkney said, that we accept political responsibility for doing the right thing in our own jurisdictions?
I agree with the Minister. Of course I agree with the Minister. But actually, let's think about back to the victims. Scottish victims shouldn't have to wait any longer than victims across the rest of the United Kingdom. And if the Scottish Government were to expedite a bill in the Scottish Parliament without knowing exactly where this bill is going to end up, because already today there has been talk of amendments to it to help Northern Ireland, then that wouldn't be right either. But I do want to move on. I do want to move on. Very well.
Extremely grateful to her. I'm absolutely willing to listen to the case that she's making that you could amend this bill in theory to cover Scotland. I don't, if I'm being honest, follow the logic that it would take longer to pass a bill in the Scottish Parliament affecting Scottish postmasters than to amend this. And to be honest, I don't agree with the point that extending to Northern Ireland would any adversely way affect the Scottish situation.
And the Honourable Member has every right to disagree with me, but I come back to my main point. The Scottish legislation would have to be a mirror of what is done here, so that we're treating victims across the piece the same way, but there have to be certain amendments made because of Scots law. And that's my point, because we can't do it in Scotland until it's done here, so that it actually mirrors and is reflective of what has been done here. I don't want, Mr Deputy Speaker, I think the other point I want to take is this is not anything to do with the Scottish Parliament or the Northern Ireland Assembly. The whole business of Horizon arose here. Under the Post Office Limited, which is wholly owned by the government, UK government, being the single shareholder. So there is a logic to saying the mess is made here, it should be cleared up here. Now, people and cross-party, everyone agrees this has to be sorted, and that this bill, no matter whether it ends up being a separate bill in Scotland or this bill, it's only England and Wales, is not the thing that we would all want to do, because it's unprecedented, there are risks, all of that. But at the end of the day, it has to be done. And Scottish Government understand that and are supportive of the fact that it has to be done, but just still want it done here first, and then it covers everyone. It's really, really important that we get...
Most grateful to the Honourable Lady, and she has been very generous in giving way. In terms of the Scottish Government wanting to see what happens here, we've heard that it can be done in 3 days. The Honourable Lady is saying they want to see what happens here. Once legislation goes through here, in a matter of days, not weeks, in a matter of days, it can be replicated in Scotland, and it can be passed in 72 hours. So, given that this matter has been going on for years and years and years, the concept that it can get through in Scotland in a few days more, I fail to understand what the big issue is as far as the Honourable Lady's argument is concerned.
There is absolutely no guarantee that it would just be a few days more. But different timings of Scottish Parliament sittings, there's lots of considerations that the Honourable Member won't know about and doesn't normally need to know about. So I will move on. I think it's becoming clear, and I have had that I will be seeking to amend this bill. I will be taking advice, and I will attempt to do what will be done in Northern Ireland. I'm well aware that this may seem a futile exercise to some, but this is democracy, and this is what has to be done from a Scottish perspective, and I am more than happy to take that on board. I'd like actually to close with some messages that have already come out across the chamber. As a constituency MP, I first had a meeting of sub-postmasters in 2015, a few months after I was elected. Had no notion of what Horizon was or the damage it was doing to my sub-postmasters. And over the last almost 9 years, I've had to listen, and more recently since Mr Bates versus the Post Office, I've had to listen to grown men trying not to cry because of what Post Office had done to them. None of them, not one of them, and also the women I've spoken to, not one of them was actually charged or was actually prosecuted. They just kept putting their own hard-earned cash into their tills so that they could open their post offices at the next morning. And although I have pleaded with them all and plead again across the UK for people who have been affected to come forward, the lack of trust, and some of these people, the ones who were prosecuted are suffering. The ones who weren't are also suffering from PTSD because they're so traumatised about what has happened to them. And I want to also raise a case very quickly of those who work for partners of the post office, people who work for ASDA or ScotMid or CJ Line, who were sacked by their employers and couldn't get an equivalent job, who were depressed and ill for years as a result of this. And going forward, we really have to take into consideration these people. I understand that a bill cannot be a magic wand and make everything go away. I do understand that, but I think it actually is imperative for this House to keep at it, and I would agree with my right honourable friend, and I call him that gladly, from North Durham, that we can't put a time limit on things, because what then might happen is that people don't get the justice and the redress they say. I'd be very happy to speak to the Minister later and catch up with all the toings and froings between Scotland and this place. But I still stand here saying this is what the Scottish Government have looked at, and they won't, because they think it's best for the victims in Scotland.
Mr. Scully.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And can I thank everybody? It's been a real privilege to sit here listening to the amazing contributions from the Secretary of State, the Shadow Secretary of State, and can I thank him for his kind words. But all of the others that we've heard today and will hear after my short contribution, because we have been coming here, as we've just heard from the Honourable Lady Member for Motherwell and Wishaw, that for years now, for years and years, coming back time and time again, often repeating ourselves, but we have to repeat ourselves. And this is the point. And the Shadow Secretary of State talked about the amazing drama, that powerful drama, Mr. Bates versus the Post Office, and what that did with the public outcry in this. When I became Minister February 2020, it was shortly after the GLO case that was featured towards the end of that. I'm pretty sure that Alan Bates, the email that he was typing in out to the Postal Affairs Minister was me, that he was posting out, sending in quite a large invoice, which I politely declined to pay at the time. So I suppose I had pages and pages and pages of judgment by Justice Fraser to look at, to reflect on. So I was in a different position from my predecessors, other Postal Affairs Minister, who maybe should or should not have actually sat there and read the runes and see what was going on, why there were so many people, why prosecutions were going up and up and up over 20 years. But what I did have was that pages of damning judgment from Lord Justice Fraser. And what we've seen now with the Alan Bates documentary, the ITV documentary, it is that public outcry that's really risen. And I think it's given the Postal Affairs Minister, my honourable friend, the member for Thurskill Malton, the power. He has been working tirelessly in his time as Postal Affairs Minister. He read out the timetable of work that he's been doing since I left that role. And it's been incredible, because I know he's a man that understands justice, understands what justice looks like, and fairness. In his previous work looking at financial scandals, the HBOS situation in Reading, and it was always a constant coming to me in that role with those kind of miscarriages of justice as well. So if anybody was going to be carrying on really delving into this work, it was always going to be my honourable friend. So I think that documentary really helped him pull some of the levers that we sometimes as junior ministers we need to do to be heard, to make sure that in other departments we can swim through the treacle sometimes to make sure that we can get things done. So more power to his elbow. Now, we come therefore to why we're doing this in the first place. This is often seen as a software failure. Even in the documentary, it was a deliberate, dramatic plot device to have that computer sitting in the corner of the post office there, sort of blinking away at some sort of slightly alien life force that was draining that money away. It wasn't a software failure, it was a human failure. We all know that software goes wrong. We just come out of the Millennium Bug situation, if you remember. We know software goes wrong. Where the problem was, is that the way that we had groupthink, that we had people doubling down for reputational management, for all of those kind of things, that were pushing back, making sure these postmasters believed that they felt they were the only ones having this problem. But we know now, and we quickly knew, that there were hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people in this situation. And I tell you what, when we're talking about the fact that it is a human failure, means that we need a human solution. We have to be humans first, politicians second. And it's the Honourable Lady talked about watching grown men try and stop him crying. I tell you what, I'm not the best at doing that myself when I'm actually and I'm not directly affected by it. But just recently, I was at the GG2 Awards, Asian Awards around the corner from here, and totally a surprise to me, I saw Hasmukh Singadia, Vijay Parekh, Vipin Patel and Seema Misra. Many of you know Seema and her story in particular. She was pregnant at the time when she was being charged from West Byfleet. They were getting awards, they were getting recognition there, and it was so lovely to see the outpouring of support for those people in the room. So if we look at what we're trying to do now, yes, I'll happily give them.
Very briefly, would my honourable friend agree with me? These are the ones who receive the awards, but actually an award is due for every single sub-postmaster.
For sure, for sure. Look, there is my honourable friend raises a really good point, because look, we cannot do enough for these people. They have literally been cast out as a pariah in their communities. They have been put in prison, they've been charged, they've put in prison, they've lost houses, families, health, all of that, from something that ultimately is owned by the state. We, as a collective body, have destroyed these people's lives. So there is nothing more. There's not enough that we can do for these people. And the other thing I would say as well, when we are looking at this legislation and all the other compensation schemes as well, we do have to act. These are people that we tried. The reason that we're having to do this mass exoneration in the first place is because the wheels of justice work slowly, yes, but also these people are so triggered, whether it's PTSD, whether it's just total mistrust of the system, they do not want to go through another process with someone else from authority saying kind words, warm words, and then letting them down a second time or worse. So it's actions that we will be judged on, not words. When I stood up at that dispatch box, you know, for everything I could talk about, people, I knew, I didn't expect people, the postmasters, to trust me. They trust me on their actions, and I know my honourable friend feels the same way. So we come to the legislation that we have at the moment, and I really, really welcome this, and it's important that we don't let, what's the phrase, let perfection be the enemy of the good. Let's get this done, because we can't get onto the second bit. We can't get onto their compensation until we've had them exonerated. And that's not pardoned, it's exonerated. They've done nothing wrong. They've done nothing wrong. So let's make sure we accentuate that as well. So we can't even get to that second stage. That's why I'm really keen to rush this through. Yes, we need to scrutinise it. I'm not saying that we do not scrutinise it, but it is a short bill. We can do this quickly, and then we can get on to that life-changing money that I always keep talking about, we always keep talking about, for reasons that trying to restore some sort of semblance to these people's lives who, as I said, have been destroyed. So, you know, this is a second reading. We'll have a committee stage and a report stage when we'll get into some of the specifics that have been discussed earlier on. But let me possibly just offer a few solutions. And I think the kind of solution that my right honourable friend was talking about earlier, when bringing back judges, at least adding capacity to the system, that it was something that I think my right honourable friend, the member for Bromley, is no longer in his place, had been saying at previous occasions when he was saying, actually, we don't necessarily need this kind of law, which is, frankly, trampling quite a lot on the independence of the judiciary. Hence, the government had to go really carefully in this, which is one of the reasons that some of the concern that was raised by the Select Committee about the people who have not been able to go to appeal or won't be included in this because they were being refused to leave a appeal or they failed their appeal. There is still more we can do for them. They will be able to appeal another time, but maybe there is something we can do in the way that my right honourable friend and right honourable friend for Bromley as well have said in their previous contributions to accelerate their cases. So not just let them have to go through the same situation as they would otherwise have done. And perhaps, may I respectfully suggest that may be a case for Scotland and indeed Northern Ireland. I'm no expert, so I'm not a lawyer either, and it's not for me to give advice, but it's just something that occurs to me as I'm listening to the debate, that if that amendment does not go through, if the territorial extent stays as it is, and that's for this place to judge in other stages of this bill, then perhaps there are other methods that we can use to make sure that postmasters in Scotland, postmasters in Northern Ireland are not at a slower stage of events, because we all want this to be done. We all want this to be done as quickly as possible. My honourable friend, the Post Affairs Minister, has talked about getting the majority of the compensation done by August. Clearly that's not going to happen with this category because we'll only just got this bill through, so we'll be having to exonerate them. But if we can do the HSS and the rest of the GLO done, but largely by that kind of time, then you know what? If we can restore these people's lives to some sense of normality, then we can do the rest of it. We still haven't finished because we've got to get Sir Wynn's report back. We've got to get that investigation done. And I remember, if you're looking at the time, I remember even we were some previous contributions talking about how this might be weeks and months and complications. I remember speaking to the solicitors that were representing the 555 and the GLO then and said, look, even if we gave you a wodge of money, if we gave you lots and lots of money and you distribute it, how long would it take? About 18 months. So even their solicitors themselves, because it's just how do you apportion it, how do you work it through, the same kind of things that we've been wrestling about with the advisory committee, they would have to do internally anyway. So it's not a matter of just here's life-changing money, one block, and give it, and then everybody's okay. It's making sure that you can work through that system, which will inevitably take time. Even Wyn Williams' investigation, when I made it non-statutory, it was to try and get speed. It was trying to get speed into the system, so make sure that we didn't have to lawyer up, as I described it. I want money to go. I always wanted money to go to the victims, not to lawyers just talking about the same things again. But what we now need, as I say, if we can get that compensation done, we've got to get the answers. We have to get the answers. We keep on talking in this place about this, about the blood infection scandal, about any number of scandals, saying, and the number of times I keep hearing people saying, it must never happen again. You know what? It usually does. And why? Because we talk about it, we talk about it, we talk about it, we don't learn the true lessons, we don't get those answers. Yes, sir.
Well, exactly that. I mean, that is one of the things we have to address in our debate, both now and later, is how we stop this happening again. And I reiterate the point I made in my speech, which was when the Detica inquiry looked at it, it was systemic failure right across the board. He's right to say it's a human failure, it was a system failure, it was an organisational failure. And one thing I would say too is that the Post Office is an arm's length department. What we're finding in this and other cases is arm's length departments are disasters when it comes to correcting mistakes and delivering accountability. And does he think we might think about that when we're doing this?
And as usual, comes up absolutely on point, because this in our department as was, there are a number of arm's length organisations and departments that we have. Of course. Thank you. Deputy Speaker, forgive me. And that's true in other government departments as well, because what inevitably happens, they are representing they're representatives of government, and inevitably it will be us as elected politicians, us as a government that are held accountable for this. But if there's no direct relationship, it's very difficult from that dispatch box to really speak with enough authority, enough information to be able to take that accountability. So let me just finish.
I'm grateful, and I commend my honourable friend for a very passionate and committed speech. The point that is being discussed in terms of learning lessons is very, very crucial. And I fear, as do others in this chamber, that in old times you would say that the file would sit on a shelf collecting dust. Nowadays it would be archived and it would just stay there. Does my honourable friend agree with me that there does need to be serious attention paid to ensuring that there is a learning process from this episode, but as well as the countless other occasions when things go wrong, and that there needs to be some sort of setup to make sure other bodies, voluntary organisations, or those at arm's length, actually do take on board what's been said?
Absolutely. Really, really good case in point, and he will, I hope, be in the next Parliament to help drive this through. I've said I'm stepping down, so I'm not even going to see from these benches anyway Sir Wynn's final report. So I hope this House really does take that to heart and drive that kind of lessons learnt through. I'd commend actually a book, Matthew Said, who wrote a book called Black Box Thinking, when he compared accidents in the NHS to accidents and near accidents in the airline industry, and how the thinking in anything on an aircraft, even if it's just a near miss or something like that, gets learnt. Not only just learnt for that airline, it has to be passed on to every airline in the world. So that is a total industry collective sense of learning. Yes.
Yeah, I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman for giving way, and I've enjoyed his considered speech so far. Does he have a potential solution, or when he was a minister, regarding what my honourable friend for Mulliwan Wishaw mentioned, which is the employees in Asda Scotland who have been caught up in this scandal?
I didn't. Thank you for the honourable gentleman for that question. I didn't, but it is worth looking at, because it is, as I say, a human scandal, and it's not just those people, the directly affected people, the postmasters. I'm not sure how you start to unpick that, the wider and wider it goes, but it is an important one to reflect on, and I hope and I trust that the government will reflect on that in that wider learning and that wider viewpoint. But yes,
I'm tempted to intervene on two interventions that I heard quite recently, actually, so that's impossible within here. But on that particular point, it is certainly possible that the person who had the contractual relationship, in other words, the business concerned, Asda or a small post office, could submit a claim to the Horizon Shortfall Scheme, which could include amounts that were paid, that should be paid to individuals who work for them, and compensate them through that route. Now, the other point on governance, as well as the fact of looking at public sector or quasi-public sector organisations here, I think it would be dangerous just to assume that's the problem in terms of governance. As he said before, I've dealt with, from the backbenches, a number of scandals that involve private sector organisations, Lloyds and RBS, where we saw years of obfuscation around the similar kinds of problems. So I think we shouldn't jump to the conclusions. We should probably let the inquiry report first and have a debate from there.
Honourable friend makes a really good point. I suppose what I was saying to follow on for from the intervention was, from my right honourable friend, is that it is difficult for us as parliamentarians. It's doubly difficult for government ministers to be able to stand with authority, speaking on behalf of another organisation rather than a private sector which you're not speaking on behalf of, without necessarily having all of the facts, because there's only so much you can drill into. But I'll just conclude very quickly with the fact that obviously we want to right the wrongs of the past. Obviously we want to make sure that these people are restored as best we can, so that they can have a future for themselves and their families. But also there is the case in point of the post office itself. The post office still has more branches than banks and building societies put together. They still offer a massive I know there are certain areas there, this is a whole other debate, I'm sure, in Westminster Hall or something about closures or otherwise of post office. But nonetheless, the post office has a massive impact on people's lives, especially in rural communities. And so we mustn't forget when we are looking at the post office, looking at the brand, the overall aim of the post office. This is not a reflection on talking about the current management or anything like that, but we have to give the post office a future, because lots and lots of... Yes, I'll happily give that.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I would also like to thank him for his work both in this issue and on other issues protecting local post offices and looking at the range of services they can offer to the community. I just wondered if he had any further reflections on this very important matter about the role of post offices in communities, and I would also like to thank him very specifically for some work he did to support my constituency. Perhaps he could tell the House his own thoughts now that he's left government on the role of post offices as part of our local community and the potential for new services to be based from them.
I thank the honourable gentleman, and I appreciate his kind words when we work together on his constituency issue. But I'll just confine it to the fact that we ask the post office to do a lot of work on social value and economic value, and often that conflicts. It's a really difficult thing to get absolutely right, because we cannot ask the post office to turn a good profit as if they were just an ordinary another bank or something like that, and do the things that we sometimes ask and expect as parliamentarians in particular, when we're talking about our own constituencies, especially people that represent more rural areas. So that's just the future. That is something that we've got to give careful consideration for. But the wider point, the original point I was trying to make, is that whilst we are righting the wrongs of the past, we've got to remember that this is an important organisation for our country and our constituents. We've got to give it a future as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Can I first begin by declaring an interest as a member of the Horizon Compensation Advisory Board? And can I say what a pleasure it is to follow the Honourable Member for Sutton and Sheen? He was a person, when he was a minister, who grasped this issue, drove it forward, and I'm sad to see that he's standing down at the next election. But one thing he can, I think, claim great credit for, he was the only minister that I've dealt with, apart from his successor, who actually not only had compassion and understanding and wanted to sort it out. Now, okay, I agree we had disagreements on occasion, some quite heated, but at least he was prepared to listen. And I think that was a unique set of skills he brought to this. So I think when he leaves the House, he can have this as a great mark on his parliamentary record of actually doing a great achievement for those individuals. I welcome this bill today. It was a solution put forward by the Horizon Compensation Advisory Board, and can I pay tribute to Professor Chris Hodges, Lord Arbuthnot, and Professor Richard Moorhead, who sit on the advisory board with us. When we came up with it, did we think that the actual government would actually agree to it? I've got to say, no, we didn't. And were we shocked when it was actually agreed to? I think we still were. I'll not say what Chris Hodges said at one meeting privately, because it would be unparliamentary. But I think what it showed was that this was a very difficult thing to do. And it comes, as people have already said, after years of campaigning and a heartache by those sub-postmasters. Alan Bates has already been mentioned, and can I again pay tribute to him and the 555, because I think, as the Honourable Member for Sutton and Chee mentioned earlier on, without them and taking that court case, this wouldn't have actually, the dam wouldn't have broken. And it is down to those individuals to have the tenacity. And over the years, has it been easy for those individuals? No, it has not. And, you know, as someone who's been involved in this for many years, I'll tell you, you do self-doubt yourself sometimes, thinking, are we missing something here? No, we weren't missing something here. It was actually a complete injustice. But when you've got the system, which they had the system, and the state against you, it takes great courage and great tenacity to continue on what they do. And I know along the way some, you know, had self-doubt, but, you know, credit to them, they stuck with it.
What Robert Framework would give way on that point, because it's just not in this case, in the Horizon case, it's also Hillsborough, Grenfell, Windrush, and the contaminated blood, where we're still waiting for compensation to be paid, where the state and the justice system, which are there to protect citizens, actually becomes the enemy of the citizen. And does he agree with me that we need to find a way for these people to get quicker redress and get their cases heard, and not have the state say we can't be wrong in any circumstances and leave these people to have to fight for such a long period of time to get justice.
I agree totally with my honourable friend, who again, can I pay tribute to him, because in all these debates over the years, he's always been on my right-hand side here in terms of arguing for his constituents. So thanks to him for his work and persistence on this. But he raised a bigger point here, and it is when the state gets things wrong, and so badly wrong that they did in this case, but he mentions other occasions as well. It goes into tortoise mode, where it comes around itself, and they can't be wrong. Well, they have been wrong, and we do. And I don't make a political point here, because this is not one. I do think across the House we need to come up with a system of dealing with these cases, both in the transparency that we need in terms of information to get out of the system, but also, as he quite rightly says, having a swift compensation system for putting those things right. And I think that is something for the next Parliament which we need to work on a cross-party basis, because, as the Minister said earlier on, I mean, he was involved in a number of cases which weren't the state, it was the private sector, but had very similar things. And it's something I would certainly like to work with colleagues on. Can I also thank the Minister for his work on this? The Minister, I would describe, is not a show pony in politics. He's one, I would say, is the steady Shire horse of this place, who is solid, determined, and pushes on, even when obstacles are put in his way. And also credit to him for the work that he's done across party on this. He's not seen this as point scoring. He's worked very closely with my honourable friend for Stalybridge and Hyde, and I know other members across that, and I really appreciate that. And I would just point to possibly new ministers after the next general election. If you want 2 examples here of how to do the job, the member for Sutton Cheam and the minister, they are it. And I think they should take credit for it. Now, today's bill, as has been said already, is an historic bill. It is. We're doing something very unusual, and it is a very delicate balancing act to be struck between this place and the judiciary. And can I say, Mr Deputy Speaker, I understand that. I always respect the judiciary, but I also reflect on the fact that the judiciary have also got some questions to answer in this process. Now, we had the trade union movement for the lawyers early on, when we had the Right Honourable Member for Bromley and Chislehurst and Right Honourable Member for Swindon South on their feet. Well, it wouldn't be debate without that lobby coming in on it. But, the judiciary need to ask the questions and reflect, how did we get into this position? In terms of, because there was a pattern here, there wasn't questions asked in terms of robust questions. I've got to say, when I think the Ombudsman from Bromley and Chisler said we shouldn't attack certain judges, well, I've got to say, if you actually see the conduct of certain judges in some of these cases, I'm not sure they were very sympathetic to the victims in it. And I think you just need to reflect more on that. I'm not one that thinks that this place should interfere in the judiciary, but I just think that this instant reaction that somehow this is a fight between Parliament and the judiciary, no, it's not. But this case, they got it wrong. The other area which desperately needs looking at as well is the issue around computer evidence in court cases, because at the moment, I think, as was mentioned earlier on, it's like looking at a machine. There's no reference to computer code and other things in there. And I think an urgent review which, after the election or soon, it needs to be done to reflect the ever-changing nature of the way in which computers are not static machines, but are actually, might be physical machines, but actually the software coding and things that change it. And that is not reflected at the moment in law. And that, I think, is important. But I do support the approach which we've got. And I accept that there are people that aren't comfortable with this approach. But as the Minister said earlier on, there's only 103 cases being dealt with so far.
And can I just explain why I'm committed to this and came to the conclusion this was the only way to deal with it? And I give it by example. Last year I had a phone call from an individual, and I'll say in the North East because I don't really want to identify the individual in any way. And he said that his friend, wife, had been prosecuted, and he thought it was an Horizon, to do with the Horizon case. So I said, yeah, get him to speak to me. I'll speak to the husband. I'll come and see them. It took me a while to get to speak to the husband of the victim. And that individual finally agreed to see me. It took me quite a few months just because he was clearly trying to persuade her to meet me even. And it was only when I went to see her that you understand why these people never come forward. This is a woman who had run a post office, had a successful business, was prosecuted by the post office. And when I sat in a small council flat in the northeast of England, someone who should have had a comfortable retirement and actually had a highly respected name in the local community she still lives in, didn't. This was a woman traumatised by this experience. She was very reluctant to see me. She was terrified, and I use the word terrified, and she kept saying over me, my name's not going to get in the papers again, is it? And I said, no one's going to know about this case. You know what you're telling me. And that, I think, demonstrated to me that the idea that she would ever have come forward to go into a court process is not. Now, I've subsequently spoken to the family and reassured them that if this goes through, she's not going to go to court because she's terrified. That woman's good name is going to be cleared, and she will have access to compensation which rightly deserves. So that is just one example. There are numerous like that. So when people are saying, is this a messy way of doing it? No, I don't think it is for people like that, because they would never have got justice any other way without that. And, people might be uncertain about what we're doing, but I'm not. I think this is unique circumstance. I don't think it sets precedents, but I think we can actually ensure that those individuals have their good name restored, because if you live in a small community where you've had newspapers when you've been convicted that you stole money you didn't steal, now that takes a lot of doing, even staying in that small community. And that was 20 years ago and she's still traumatised by it. So that is the reason why this way forward is the right approach. Now, can I also take the opportunity to welcome the announcement last week of the fixed awards which will be offered to the HSS scheme. This is something the advisory board has been pressing, and I think fair to the Minister, he has been championing as well. And this, I think, is a good way of ensuring that we can try and get some cases, dealt with speedily. Now, I read the Select Committee report. I disagreed, I've got to say, with the time limit issue, because what we need to do is get those, say, straightforward cases. They're not all straightforward, but some are. We need to get them settled. And the Minister, like me, does not want to pay lawyers. And if we can actually not pay lawyers and actually ensure that that compensation goes to the victims, the better. And this is definitely the way to do it. And I think where the Select Committee perhaps misunderstood what they think, I consider this like a bucket. You've got all these people that are in it. You need to take out the simpler cases. And then the more complex cases, you need then to look at and will take time to do. And that's not just because this is easy to fire at the officials, saying the officials are slow or somehow are deliberately slowing down the system. I don't accept that at all. But these are complex cases. And they're also complex cases. Even if you speak to the lawyers who are representing some of these people, you need time to do it. And as the Minister knows, we've got some that are going to be very expensive as well, more than the £600,000, quite rightly, in my opinion. So I think that approach is certainly the right approach to do.
My right honourable friend away from that point. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. My right honourable friend is making an excellent and very powerful speech. I particularly concur with the way that he's described the enormous challenges that many victims face. Does he agree with me that the point he's just made about the nature of any review or development of policy is particularly important? Because if we can find a way to try to speed up compensation in a fair way, which deals with some of the slightly less difficult cases first, it could benefit everyone, and it may also reduce the cost to the government and to the public.
Well, I think it is, and I think fair to the approach of the Minister, he wants to get these cases done quickly. I want to the advisory board want to get these cases done quickly. Now, one of the controversial things is some of these people will probably get a little bit more money than they actually lost. Now, personally, I sit comfortable with that. I'd sooner they get the money than actually go to the lawyers or actually have the process dragged out over a period of time. So I think if we can get those cases dealt with speedily, and there's some progress, I think, on that, let's then get the effort and force put into sorting out the more complex cases. Yeah.
He quite rightly says that some may get a little more money than is perhaps comes out of the arithmetic. But isn't it true that, frankly, most of us would pay anything to avoid what they've gone through?
Exactly. So therefore, frankly, if somebody gets more money out of this than they actually perhaps, in quantum lost, I'm comfortable with that. I think fair to the Minister is comfortable with that. And if it's better in their pockets, in my opinion, than put it into the pockets of lawyers who will take the time. And added to the trauma that these people are going to have for dealing with these over many years. Can I now turn to the in the bill, the Horizon pilot schemes and the details that it introduces? Because we have the pilot, we have the Horizon scheme, but then we have the pilot that came before it. Condition E overturns the convictions in the bill is that the Horizon system is in the first offence. So clause 8 of the bill defines that any variation of computer system known as Horizon and sometimes referred to as Legacy Horizon, Horizon Online or HNGX, used by the Post Office. We know, because having been able to recite some of these things in my sleep, that there is a difference between those pilot schemes and the actual Horizon scheme that it took over. Now, people used the Horizon pilot scheme in the North East as early as 1996, who then went on in some cases, one to be convicted, but others actually lost their livelihoods and were made bankrupt. So I recognise that 1996 is the start date on the face of the bill. But if you look at the Post Office website, which I checked again this morning, it says the rollout and pilot of Legacy Horizon refers on the face of the bill to Part E. It starts at 1999. So what systems were people piloting in 1996? And was it Legacy Horizon? Because that would be at odds with what's on the Post Office claims website. So I'd just like the Minister just to refer to that in his wind-up, because I think that would clarify something, especially because a lot of those cases were in the northeast of England, in the area which I represent. Now, can I now turn to another system, which is pre-Horizon, which was the capture system. Now, this was developed, and it was a software, as I understand, developed by the Post Office themselves. Now, I came across this by cases that have been referred to me. Amazed me that the Post Office and all the publicity around the Horizon didn't actually come clean and say, oh, by the way, we actually had Horizon, pre-Horizon, then the capture system beforehand. Because in these cases, if you look at them, it's very much it's because of the attitude of the Post Office in terms of prosecutions. We had sub-postmasters who were accused of stealing money and their contracts terminated. In some cases, they were actually prosecuted in these cases. And also a ridiculous situation, one I've got in Coventry, where a woman was prosecuted, taken to court. The judge threw it out on the first day of the court case, and there was no case to answer. And then, lo and behold, what did the Post Office do? They then took a private prosecution against her to recover the £30,000 they claimed she'd stolen, i.e. bankrupting her. So that just shows the mentality that there is in the Post Office. Now, a lot, as I say, mirror this system. I've currently, I think, 10 cases, which I know the Minister, I've referred to the Minister, and 5 of these individuals actually went to prison as part of this. And I'd like to put on record again, which was done before, Carl Flinders from Computer Weekly, who's been working on this, and Steve Robson from the newspaper, who's done some excellent reporting on these individual cases. But it's been, I've got to say, down to me and those 2 individual others doing the detective work. And we do need the Post Office really to turn, to actually turn the heat up and actually try and make sure we get the answers to this. And can I just say to the Minister, could he tell the Post Office it's not a good idea to threaten to sue journalists or take legal action against journalists? This week, Steve tells me his latest story, apparently he got a threatening phone call to have legal action taken against him. Not very, very bright, basically because he had all the evidence to stack up his story. But if that's the attitude still in the Post Office, I'm sorry, that just again shows why I think the current management of the Post Office need to go. So it is important, and I understand why the government can't include capture in this piece of legislation, but we do need a mechanism for dealing with these cases, because I've got 10, there are more out there quite clearly. And I do understand the why the government don't want to do that. But I do note under clause 7, it gives the Secretary of State the powers to make subsequent provisions by regulation. So would it be potential that we're a way of including the capture cases? He's got all the information, he knows he's on the top of the brief. I raise it today, and I will be putting an amendment down at report stage to see whether we're at committee stage to see whether we can just flesh this out a little bit more. But we do need some way of being able to deal with these cases. I've got 10. There are certainly more out there.
I'm glad the right gentleman raised that point. I don't know whether he's in for my speech, but I made reference to the BAE study back in 2013, which highlights capture, highlights ATM cash management, and highlights a variety of other issues highly associated with audit failure, and basically describes a chaotic system, management system. And I do think we owe it to the earlier postmasters, who may have not been exonerated by subsequent analysis because people were looking for horizon, nothing else. We owe it to them to get that right as well, even if it's after this bill is through.
Because people think, oh well, this system wasn't horizon, therefore this doesn't apply to me. But there is injustice here, and some of the cases I'm dealing with, and I've spoken to individuals who went to prison because of and what it's about. It's not because the computer systems are the same. It's the attitude in which the Post Office went at individuals, that somehow they didn't believe the postmasters, that they were guilty, and they were going to be found guilty come what may of something.
I thank the right honourable member for giving way. That approach about the investigation and the presumption of guilt, I think, was what the honourable member, my honourable friend for South Ribble, was referring to with her constituents. That at the time it was Royal Mail, it's before the ownership transferred. So what she was talking about was exactly that. It was not prosecution, because it didn't get to that. It was the investigation officers, the same kind of people that we've seen at the inquiry.
Seen it first hand at the public inquiries of these individuals, and people have said, well, we're basically, everyone's come out of the woodwork who's going to come out. Well, they're not. They're still there. There are people still coming forward. I'm getting cases on a weekly basis, and thank you to honourable and right honourable members across the House who are keeping me busy referring cases to me. But please send them to me. I'm quite happy to help deal with them. I got another 3 I noticed in my inbox this morning. But the honourable member makes a key point. We do need to look at these individuals, make sure we actually get some type of justice for them. Because if you just look, and I always got to say I was surprised, but if you look after the television programme, nearly 1,000 new cases have come forward on HSS, for example, alone. Now then you say, well, what were these people doing all the time? Well, in some cases they weren't aware of it. In other cases, They were, as the right honourable gentleman says, they were hiding. They were hiding because of shame and things like that. And I think it's only because we've now encompassed the fact that this was the massive miscarriage of justice it is, that they've been able to have the confidence to come forward. And I think this bill will help with this. So we will have. Can I just touch on, while I'm on this subject, I'll come off capture, but I think the Minister's got my point on that. And that's the issue that was raised earlier on about those cases that have already been to appeal. Now, I do understand why the government aren't putting in, and I'm not a criticism of the government for putting, but we've got to find a system for dealing with those few cases that have been through. And it's no good, I think, the Court of Appeal hiding behind the fact they've been through, because there is new evidence that have come forward, as the Honourable for Sutton and Cheam has just said, that's come out of the inquiry, which was not available to the courts at that time. And I just think, you know, to leave those, I can't exactly remember off the top of my head how many individuals there are. There aren't that many hanging. Sorry.
Just to clarify that point, just in terms of the numbers of people that have come forward since the TV dramatisation, that's now 1,200. And in terms of the numbers that have been before the Court of Appeal, there's 7 that have actually taken their case and been heard by the Court of Appeal, 6 who have been refused leave to appeal, so 13 in total in that cohort.
Research assistant the Minister is. He's right. So we're talking, you know, nearly single-figure individuals. Let's look at those cases, Minister. Let's see if there's a way we can actually, and I understand, and I'm not criticising why they're not in this. I understand why they're not in this bill, but we need to look at them because there are those things that came out of the inquiry that would have changed things, I think, in some cases. Might not in them all, but at least we need to. Otherwise, they're going to be left there outside of the remit of this bill. Can I now turn to the territorial provisions in this bill? I think a case has been made earlier on in terms of Northern Ireland. I can see no reason why this bill shouldn't include Northern Ireland. And I think because we've got cross-party support in Northern Ireland for this, and I understand the executive as well are on board for this, I think at committee stage, you know, we need to recognise that. I've got to say to my honourable friend from the SNP, I have less sympathy, I've got to say, with the including Scotland in it. Not because that those individuals shouldn't get justice, they should, but I think it's a different issue in terms of 2 issues. There's one, the legal position in terms of the way prosecution is done in Scotland is slightly different, or very different to the UK. And also there is a mechanism there to do it. I think the Scottish Government just got to get on and do it. I accept what she's saying, they've got to perhaps wait and see what we do. But I think, you know, that would be, I think, a thing that I think would be, I think, get cross-party support in the Scottish Parliament if that was to go forward. But I do hope that there is some amendment brought forward on Northern Ireland at committee stage, and I'll certainly support that as well. Can I just finally talk about the notification of individuals? Because again, reference was made earlier on to the you know, record keeping, which was not brilliant at the post office, and we've got to try and find, I think the bill says reasonable steps to notify individuals. I think we need to look at that because again, some of these cases will be legacy cases. Some people have passed away sadly before they're able to get justice. So I think we perhaps just need to you know, say how we actually get to those cases that, like I say, are possibly more difficult to get to than others. So in conclusion, Mr Deputy Speaker, this is a long overdue bill. It's an historic day to get to where we are today. And in conclusion, I think of this. I think of that woman who I sat in front of last year in a council flat in the northeast of England. That woman who has had her life ruined for the last 20 years has clearly had daily trauma because of the injustice she's gone through and the financial heartache which she and her family have faced. With this bill, will finally get justice. And that, if I do one thing in this House in my time here, doing that will make me, I think, very happy.
Yeah. Duncan Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It's a great honour to follow the honourable member for North Durham, and on that very poignant ending, which I think all of us will empathise with. I know he's done an enormous amount in this House to get us to today, and I thank him for that. And there is absolutely no doubt that today is a very good day, and it has been brought about by the Secretary of State, by the ministers, both past and present,